Ready? Are we ready? Calling the Moore County Board of Education into session. Do I have a motion to go into closed session?
So moved.
Okay. I'll be pursuant to the, do we have a motion on closed session? Okay, we do. Oh, pursuant to the motion on closed session attached to the agenda. Is that your motion?
It is.
Okay, is there a second? Second. Okay. All those in favor of going into closed session, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? We're going into closed session. We'll be back approximately 5:30. calling the Board of Education of Moore County into session. At this time, I'm going to need a motion on the approval of an amended agenda. Okay, all right, thank you. Do I have a motion to go back into open session?
So moved.
Okay, from Mr. Holmes. Is there a second?
Second.
Second for the vice chair. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We are back in open session. Okay. Now I'm going to need a motion to approve the agenda with the following changes. Mr. Hensley has asked that the following matters be taken off of the consent agenda and placed on the regular board action agenda. They are as follows. From item 4 IV, number A, which will become on the action agenda item E. So that's the out-of-state field trips will become E. The donated project for Pinecrest, which is D, will become F on the action matters. Bid results on the award E will become G, and the award bid for resurfacing and repair of high school tennis courts will become H. And then we will re-letter starting with IV. That'll be standard day schedule will become A for Roman numeral 4A, and et cetera. C will become B, G will become C, H will become D, and E, I will become E. Okay, if that works out. Okay, additionally, there will also be an announcement for a settlement of a legal matter, which will become Roman numeral 7A. Okay? So with that, do I have a motion to approve the amended agenda? Yes.
So moved.
So, okay. Motion by the vice chair. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Okay. The second by Mr. Benway. Okay. All those in favor, aye? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. So at this time, let me introduce Principal Wilson of Pinckney Academy, our special school, and for the pledge and a few other matters. Thank you.
All right. I'd like to ask Daylon Short, Honorary Diggs, to come up. Daylon is going to lead us in the pledge tonight. We chose him because he is a young man of character. Who better to do the pledge for us tonight?
Good evening. My name is Daylon Short. I am a ninth grader at CSL Pitney. Please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice all. Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you, sir.
And this young lady inspires us every day with her smile, you will see, and her hard work. So we hope you'll enjoy. Go ahead, sweetie. Go ahead. Okay. Take a deep breath.
Okay. Hello, my name is Honorary Diggs. I am a ninth grader as student at CLC at Pinckney. These inspiring words mean very much to me. I hope you will find them inspiring as I share them with you. Okay. The truth is, unless you let go, unless you forgive yourself, unless you forgive the situation, unless you realize that the situation is over, you cannot move forward, do what is right, not what is easy, nor what is popular. Success is not how high you have climbed, but how you have made a positive difference to the world.
Yes. Okay. All right, yes. At this point in time, I think we have an award. If you'll join our vice chair up front, and these two young people will join us up front. Okay, and Mr. Benway. And so, okay. All right, one of the things is our Special Learning Center at Pinckney is just really the jewel of, one of the jewels of Moore County Schools, and we so much appreciate Principal Wilson and everything that she has done for her school. At this point in time, before we go over to a moment of silence, I wanted to get a chance for special recognition to Fernando Martinez Guzman. 'Cause sadly, he passed away not too long ago from an auto accident. He was a soccer player and a graduate. He was a soccer player over at Northmore, but had already graduated from Northmore. But we had what was a really, really moving memorial service, and I think the board thanks the administration of Northmore and the family for giving us the opportunity to observe his life. He was an inspiration, and one of his famous phrases was "No pasa nada," which means essentially, I'm told, no worries. Okay. And he would tell everybody, they would call him Fernie, and he would tell everybody, no worries, no worries. And let me tell you, he inspired, that ceremony inspired, I think, everyone sitting there. There were probably maybe as many as 200 people in the football stadium over in Northmore. So we're very, very sad of his passing, but we get great inspiration from Fernando Martinez Guzman. And so at this point, let me turn it over to the vice chair for our moment of silence.
All right, if you'll join me, we will keep the family and friends of this young man remembered in this moment, please, if you'll just join me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And at this point in time, I think we have some recognitions. Let me turn it over to Mr. Batchelor.
Thank you, Chair Levy. Jen Kraft and Leisha McCoy, please join Vice Chair Davis and Board Member Benway at the front. Ms. Kraft is this month's Engage, Inspire, Succeed Certified Staff Honoree for Carthage Elementary School. Walking into the preschool classroom at Carthage, you are immediately drawn to enthusiasm and passion that Ms. Kraft pours into her students. There is laughing, singing, dancing, building, painting, socializing, and lots of learning each day, as Ms. Kraft creates an inclusive space for our youngest learners to thrive and grow. Her students leave her room more than prepared to be successful in kindergarten. Ms. Kraft is a leader both within her classroom and across campus. She participates on the school improvement team, serves as a teacher mentor, and helps to plan and organize community engagement events held on campus. Ms. Kraft is an asset to Carthage Elementary, and everyone who gets the opportunity to work with her is better for it. Ms. McCoy is this month's Engage, Aspire, Succeed Support Staff Honoree for Carthage Elementary School. As an instructional assistant in kindergarten, Ms. McCoy has the important job of setting the tone for many of her students' first experiences with school. She works closely with her lead teacher to ensure that students feel welcomed and supported within the classroom. Ms. McCoy provides small group instruction to students and is a calm and kind presence in the room who also loves to share a good laugh. Her students seek her out to greet her in the morning, share exciting news, and give her a hug before leaving school for the day. Ms. McCoy actively participates in school committees and always supports school events. She is willing to help out in any way and always maintains a smile on her face, even during challenging days. Carthage Elementary is fortunate to have Ms. McCoy as part of their Bulldog family. Will members of the Kraft and McCoy family and Principal Warren please stand and be recognized? Jeremy Spencer and Jessica Andrews, please join Vice Chair Davis and Board Member Bruno at the, not Bruno, Benway, sorry. I didn't write it down. Board Member Benway at the front. Mr. Spencer is this month's Engage, Inspire, Succeed Certified Staff Honoree for the Community Learning Center at Pinckney. Mr. Spencer joined the team at the Community Learning Center at Pinckney 3 years ago as an exceptional children's teacher. He was given the unique task of serving one of our most challenging students in the district. From the start, he patiently listened to the student who desperately needed to be heard. Mr. Spencer understands that all behavior is communication. Day by day, he helped this young man meet his goals, and others thought it was impossible for him to reach. On campus, Mr. Spencer's kindness and integrity are admired by his students, their families, and his colleagues. Exceptional children's teachers are often the silent heroes of the classroom, whose compassion, patience, and dedication leave an indelible mark on the lives of students. Mr. Spencer's work in the lives of his students will endure beyond graduation. CLC at Pinckney and Moore County Schools are fortunate to have Mr. Spencer as an exceptional children's teacher. Ms. Andrews is this month's Engage, Inspire, Succeed Support Staff Honoree for the Community Learning Center at Pinckney. Last school year, our team, students, and their families quickly fell in love with Ms. Andrews for her energy and dedication when she joined us at the Community Learning Center at Pinckney. Beginning with us as a substitute teacher and bus driver, we were honored when she decided to join our team as a full-time exceptional children's teacher assistant. Ms. Andrews works tirelessly to create an environment where every student can thrive and reach their full potential. She continually seeks new ways to reach every student and values each student's abilities. Her endless energy and contagious smile help keep everyone at her school's engine running smoothly. There is no give up in Ms. Andrews. She simply keeps going in service of others. We are deeply grateful to Ms. Andrews for her dedication to all at CLC Pinckney. Will members of the Spencer and Andrews family and Principal Wilson please stand and be recognized?
Thank you so much for everything you do. Thank you so much for all you do. Thank you.
Paula Myrick, please join Vice Chair Davis and Board Member Benway at the front.
For sure.
Andy Taglarini was our certified staff honoree for tonight, but he was unable to make it, so he will be presented his certificate at a later date. Paula Myrick is this month's Engage, Inspire, Succeed Support Staff honoree for Cranes Creek Middle School. Paula is truly a legend in the Cranes Creek community. As the welcoming face and voice of Cranes Creek Middle School, she greets everyone with warmth and positivity. Her commitment to making the school a better place knows no bounds. She consistently goes above and beyond, ensuring that students receive the support they need to thrive. Need any information about Cranes Creek? Paula is the go-to person. She always has the answer. Today, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to Paula for her unwavering dedication to Cranes Creek Middle School. Will members of the Myrick family and Principal Martin please stand and be recognized?
Thank you so much.
Riley Edmonds, please join Vice Chair Davis and Board Member Benway at the front. Riley is this month's Engage, Aspire, Succeed student honoree. Riley is preparing to graduate. She joined us at the Community Learning Center at Pinckney 2 years ago, recognized her potential, and began her journey of success towards early graduation. With each challenge she faced, she was willing to confront those obstacles head on and embrace the opportunities for growth. But what truly distinguishes Riley is not just her ability to reach the finish line, but the grace and humility with which she's done so. Along the way, she's lifted others up, inspiring them to strive towards their own goals and demonstrating what's possible through hard work and good choices. Riley's journey is far from over. It's a stepping stone to even greater heights. We know she is certain to chase them with unwavering determination. With heartfelt admiration and pride, we congratulate Riley for her achievements, her exemplary choices, and for being a beacon of hope for her classmates. Will members of the Edmonds family and Principal Wilson please stand and be recognized?
Congratulations, very proud of you.
Christian Hackett, Brock Sullivan, and Nicholas Mascolino, please join Vice Chair Davis and Board Member Benway at the front. Was Christian not here? All right, Christian Hackett was our NCHSAA 3A indoor high jump state champion. Man, that's a lot. He was unable to make tonight's meeting, but we will present his certificate at a later date. Brock won the NCHSAA 3A 175-pound wrestling state championship. Brock is a junior at Union Pines High School and had a truly impressive season with a record of 59-2, especially considering that these only losses came against out-of-state competitors. Additionally, Brock's journey to the championship was marked by an improvement since being a state runner-up last year, indicating his dedication to mastering his craft. Congratulations on your remarkable year, and we wish you all the best as you look to repeat next year. Nicholas won the NCHSAA 3A 190-pound wrestling state championship. A senior at Union Pines High School, Nicholas faced a challenging opponent in the 190-pound state finals, having been defeated by him twice early in the year. Despite this, he emerged victorious, securing not only the championship, but also the distinction of being Union Pines Wrestling's first ever two-time state champion. Nicholas's career record of 163-20 reflects his consistent excellence on the wrestling mat, cementing his legacy as one of the program's greatest competitors. Congratulations on such a remarkable career at Union Pines High School, and we wish you the best in your future endeavors. Will members of the Sullivan and Mascolino family and Principal McCormick please stand and be recognized? They get to stay up here because now we would like for all of the Viking wrestlers and Coach Gray to join them at the front. Hey,
Greco-Roman. You actually can. Broad shoulders, you know. That is sweet. What you think you said?
all right, you all have to try to get close. Make sure you can see the camera. If you can't see the camera, it can't see you. All right, while they pose for a photo, I'll go ahead and read about them. The Union Pines wrestling team secured the team individual state championship with a 144.5 to 100 margin over Eastern Guilford. The team made history, earning their first 3A team title and setting a record for the most individual placers, which is first through sixth place in the state at the tournament. The wrestling team included Nathan Manis, Keaton Crawford, Joe Lloyd, Logan Mitchell, Evan Thompson, Finn McCafferty, Tripp Sullivan, Houston Leah, Dominic Blue, Brock Sullivan, Nicholas Mascalino, and Dontrell Williams, led by Coach Brian Gray. Having finished as state runner-up in the dual team championship for the past 3 years, the team eagerly anticipates continuing their dominance on the mat in the future. Congratulations, Vikings. Would family members of all of these team members please stand and be recognized? You guys go ahead and shake everyone's hand, but we still have more recognitions. That's not it.
Congratulations. 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 Fantastic job. Fantastic. Thank you so much for what you guys did. Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Yes, sir.
Congratulations.
Have a good one, man.
I'm getting some strong handshakes.
We got one more. Yeah. Well, it's really 9, 10 more if they are here.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Oh, thank you. Great job.
At this time, we'll call up all of our volunteers of the year to be recognized. So Dawn Williamson, Meg Sauls, Jennifer Cavinus, Karen Wicker, Angela Vasic, Lauren McKenzie, Catherine Long, Ashley Donovan, Natalie Whaley, and Jessica Parker. Please join Vice Chair Davis and Board Member Benway at the front. So this evening, we are recognizing our volunteers of the year for each school in Area 1. In recognition of the invaluable contributions made by our dedicated volunteers, we extend our deepest gratitude to each and every one of you. Your unwavering commitment to supporting the students, teachers, and staff of Moore County Schools has made a profound difference in the lives of countless individuals. Throughout our schools, your presence is felt in classrooms, libraries, cafeterias, and beyond. Your willingness to give your time, energy, and expertise enriches the educational experience for our students and strengthens our entire community. Whether you're assisting with school events, tutoring students, providing mentorship, or leading a helping hand wherever it's needed, your selfless efforts do not go unnoticed. Your impact extends far beyond the walls of our schools, shaping the future leaders of tomorrow. Thank you all for volunteering in our schools and supporting our efforts to engage and inspire our students to succeed in the classroom and beyond. With family members and our principals, please stand and be recognized.
Thank you so much for all you guys do. Thank you so much for what you do. Thank you so much. Thank you so very much. Angela, thank you.
Now that the recognition portion is complete, I will hand it back to Board Chair Levy to announce the program highlight. If everyone will please remain seated for our program highlight tonight.
Good. Good.
I did have it.
Good try, Mr. Batchelor. Very good try, Mr. Batchelor. Okay. Moving. Well, just give us a chance. So.
Hold on, Mr. Levy.
Yes.
Or wait,
Yeah. What happened?
moving on to now.
Yeah. See, they were.
I had it in my bag.
They were accusing me. See, I'm not always
Everybody
guilty.
left. All right.
Are we ready? No, I guess we're not. We're not quite ready at this point.
Will, are we queued up, buddy? All right, I'm ready
Okay.
when you are, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. At this point, we're going to do a program highlight on robotics. Mr. Herring.
I'm normally loud enough. All right. Um, Advanced technical systems, including computer-aided design, 3D printing, drones, robotics, machine learning systems. These are becoming more and more commonplace in our homes and our workplace. So while not all of our students are going to work in technology, all of our students are going to be expected to work with and alongside technology. With that in mind, Moore County Schools has developed a STEM program through which our students interact with technology as a tool, as a learning and problem-solving aid. Some of our STEM lessons and activities take the form of standalone lessons that you might find in a STEM lab or a project room. But most of our STEM lessons happen in the classroom, with a member of the DIF team and a classroom teacher weaving together curriculum standards with future-ready skills. Now, an example of that could be coding in a math classroom or using digital probes in the science room. But our objective is to reach every student with multiple high-quality STEM experiences each and every year, and that includes robotics. It's more than just tech. STEM lessons are typically hands-on, and we usually tackle those in teams or partner-based activities. They may include any of the digital tools that you see here, or they may be entirely offline. We expect our students to plan, design, build, test, and improve in the physical world just as often as they do in the digital world. The majority of the standalone lessons at this time take place in the K-5 or K-8 setting. STEM doesn't stop for our middle and high school students, though. They experience STEM regularly. That's embedded in their courses, their core content areas, and their extracurricular clubs. The DIFs are available in grades 6 through 8 by request, and we use a deployment model there for lesson creation, code teaching, and material support. So I'll introduce you to this progression here. So our teachers are very intentional about matching the tool to the task and to the learner. Students first encounter B. B is our robot that lets students work on our sequential thinking, cause and effect relationships, and troubleshooting. Our littles code directly on B's back here, and one press equals one bit of code. Over time, they string those bits together to eventually build their code and achieve their task. So on any given day in Moore County School, you may see someone as young as 5 years old using B to spell their name, to match letters to the phonic sound, or to find their way up and down a number line. With B under their belt, the students progress to drop and drag coding. Usually in the first or second grade, they meet our Dash robot. Once students know how to drop and drag code, though, the program branches into nearly limitless extension opportunities. Some of those include Lego spike robots that you would see at our 2 through 8 events, Sphero Robotics, and most recently, programming drones. So why do we invest in robotics for our teaching? Well, the obvious is kids love drones. I'm sorry, kids love robots and drones. You have an immediate attention getter when you walk in that room, and that's very helpful. But beyond that, to speak to a larger point, it's an awareness that our kindergartners today are the workforce of 2040s, 2050s, and beyond. It's terrifying, right? Yeah. But that's going to be the reality there. Technology is going to be the most impactful element on these students' personal and professional lives. Robotics is one of the frameworks that we use at an early age to prepare our students for that future. We build our work around the North Carolina Digital Learning Standards and the North Carolina K-12 Computer Science Standards. Now, these standards were both released in 2020, but the focus of these codes is not on building coders. It's on building citizens that know how to use tools creatively to accomplish tasks. That's our focus in Moore County Schools. So while a heightened level of technical proficiency is certainly going to be essential for our students, employer surveys and job postings paint a pretty clear picture that what they're looking for more often than not are actually the soft skills now. We summarize those typically by our 4 C's: collaboration, critical thinking, communication, and creativity. Now in Moore County, we like to add in accountability and responsibility for the team's success. Now we know that the particular robots, the coding language, and the challenges that we're teaching our kids, those are going to change so rapidly that we cannot get in front of that. But the human ability to assess problems, harness resources, and propose creative solutions are going to continue to be valuable skills. In short, robotics activities in our schools task our students to solve problems, often with teams, using creativity and skill. The 4 C's and the engineering design process are at the heart of everything we do. Students can also extend that robust classroom activity by applying to join various extracurricular STEM clubs in our K-5 settings. Some of those you've heard of are Girls Who Code, coding clubs, and drone clubs. Club offerings vary by school based on student interest and capacity. But the one that you'll see in all of our K-8 sites are our robotics clubs. They're certainly the most visible element of our broader STEM curriculum. Robotics clubs form in January, and the teams train to take part in our special events in the spring. Then on 2 consecutive Fridays in May, hundreds of students from Moore County schools in grades 2 through 8 had the opportunity to travel to Pinecrest High School and take part in our robotics demonstrations. The students practice their technical skills, their 4 C's, and their soft skills in a loud, dynamic, and challenging environment. The elementary showcase is for students in grades 2 through 5. Teams of 2nd and 3rd graders use Dash robots on engineering and coding challenges. The 4th and 5th graders use the Lego Spike Prime robot to code their way around boards and meet varied objectives. Again, you see that skills progression that we talked about before. So this event is a showcase. There's no scores kept. This event is about introducing our students to being resilient, harnessing those math and coding skills, and accomplishing a task as a unit. Elementary robotics is actually turning 9 this year. So our theme is around North Carolina industry and tourism. Our middle school competition, the following Friday. The middle school competition is a smaller event, but it's a big step up from its elementary counterpart. In this event, scores are kept, winners are named, and the dial-up in competition is intentional, as we want our kids to continue to grow into that thinking and performing in a dynamic and challenging environment. The various events or challenges require students to design unique attachments to their robot and build pretty complex code to complete tasks and earn points. Teams are constricted on time, meaning they have to create a plan and execute to get the maximized team score. They're allowed up to 3 attempts in most cases, meaning they can test their theory, study, improve, and try again, reinforcing that design process. So I would be remiss if I didn't take this opportunity to thank some of the people that make this possible publicly. Thank you to our coaches, our co-teachers, our administrators who support the work, the DIF team, and all those who put in the hours after school with our students getting them ready for these events. These events are the largest of their kind, and it's no small task to put them on. So a special thank you to Pinecrest High School administration and staff for letting us displace them out of their gym twice a month in May. That's a big ask, and they are so generous to share that with us. Thank you to the DIF team again for their leadership, the logistics work, coaching support that go into making this a great MCS STEM event. And thank you to our dozens of volunteers, both inside MCS and our community partners, to make it possible. Finally, thank you to Dr. Locklear and the board for letting me share tonight and for your support. I hope to see you all in Pinecrest May 3rd and May 10th for our events. Thank you.
Let me say one thing. My granddaughter came home a couple of days ago and said that she was doing STEM, and I didn't realize how intricate it was. She goes to one of the elementary schools, so we appreciate all the work that's done with STEM. And one of the things that I hope I can point out is that 21st century literacy means something very, very special. It's, we need to do reading, writing, and arithmetic and all that good stuff. But there are many other things, and that doesn't mean that we sacrifice the reading, writing, and arithmetic, but our kids are expected to do even more. And so we appreciate the hard work of our instructors, you, sir, and for having just such a great robotics program that really shows that the public schools are indeed, there are plenty of choices that people make, but I believe, just my feeling, and I think the board does too, the best choice is the public schools, and this is one of the reasons for it. So with that, let us move forward to the, does anybody at this point in time, because most of the people have left that were here for the original for the original presentations. Anybody else need to leave? Okay, seeing none. Okay, we'll go ahead and we'll do the consent agenda. Just to be clear, the consent agenda consists of the standard day schedule, which is A, the approval of K through 3 and 3 through 5 literacy, the revision of the child nutrition procurement plan, the board minutes, and the personnel report. So do I have a motion for the consent agenda, to approve the consent
Mr.
agenda?
Chair, those are the board minutes of March 11 and April 8, 2024.
Okay, yes. So do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as stated?
So moved.
Okay, from Mr. Benway, is there a second? There's a second by Mr. Holmes. Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, at this point in time, let me turn it over to the vice chair for a public address.
All right, at this time, we'll, the individuals who signed up to speak will have 3 minutes, and that there are only 4 speakers this evening, so I'll go ahead and call them all. Mr. Vic Allen, Mr. John Miziak, Miss Amy Dahl, and Miss Alexa Roberts, in that order, please. Thank you.
How y'all doing? I'm Vic Allen. I'm a shop teacher and a Bible teacher at Calvary Christian School, and I come to talk to you about your Bible class. First verse in the Bible says, "In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth." That's indisputable. That's a statement. If your Bible class doesn't take that serious and doesn't believe it, it's not a Bible class. God said it. It's true. The Bible is the inspired and preserved Word of God, the Almighty God. God reveals His total character in the Bible. He tells us who He is and who we are. The Bible is also a love letter to us. It's about truth, love, grace, mercy, and most of all, and not most of all, but hope. The Bible teaches heaven and hell. How are you going to teach that? They're real. They're real places. Heaven and hell are real. And it also tells us why He has a heaven and a hell. And we're created eternal, and we're going to spend the rest of eternity, our souls are, somewhere, either heaven or hell. Can you teach that? The Bible teaches heaven and hell, and it also teaches us about the issues of our day. How are you going to square creation with evolution, which you teach? How are you going to square with man-made climate change and argue against Noah's covenant with man? How are you going to explain God-given rights, not government-given rights, such as our Parents' Bill of Rights, which is ridiculous? How are you going to square it with the Ten Commandments? We outlawed them in government schools. How are you going to square with marriage, the LGBT movement? And why are the Jews God's chosen people? And how are you going to explain this whole thing that's going on in Israel right now? Now, I read that first verse. The last verse will tell you why. For I testify unto you, every man that heareth the words of the prophecy of this book, if any man shall add unto these things, God shall add unto him the plagues that are written in this book. And if any man shall take away the words of this book of this prophecy, God shall take away his part out of the book of life, and out of the holy city, and from the things which are written in this book. He which testifieth these things saith, surely I come quickly. Amen. The grace of our Lord Jesus Christ be with you all, amen. I would rather you teach the Quran than the Bible, if it's not going to be true. Thank you.
Hi, I'm John Miziak. Last year, your Board of Ed reached an agreement with our county commissioners where you receive a predetermined percentage of county revenues for district operations. This year, next year, county revenues are expected to increase, so you'll receive an increased funding of from 3 to 4% compared to what you received this year. Unfortunately, though, our commissioners are going to propose at least a 1 cent reduction in property tax rate from that adopted last year. And that was one that raised revenues at a lower than revenue neutral rate. This likely new rate will cost more county schools more than $800,000 in funding this year. That'll be on top of the reduced funding that resulted last year of approximately $1.6 million, which would have been realized had the commissioners then adopted a revenue neutral rate and maintained your funding rate at the agreed upon percentage level. I've been reviewing your district job openings for the past year on your district website. Rarely have there been fewer than 50 or 60 licensed job openings posted. As of last night, there were 66 such openings posted. As of this afternoon, there were 67 openings posted. What's the problem filling these positions? Is it cultural? Is it monetary? Whichever it is, it's this board's job to fix that problem. Change the culture if that's the problem. Get more money for the district if that's the problem. In either case, you're failing worse. Worse, though, your lack of action is going to cause more county kids to fail.
Ms. Dahl?
Good evening. Tonight, I'd like to sketch pictures for you of how a couple of topics discussed here actually play out in our schools. Again, I want to compliment Ms. Bruno and Mr. Benway for visiting all of our schools. A site visit, though, is a snapshot. It's not the same as boots on the ground. First, beginning teachers. Their numbers are increasing. Last month, Dr. Metcalf told us that 63% of recent hires were beginning teachers with provisional licenses. Of course, teachers were all beginners once, and many of us had provisional licenses. Moore County Schools has trained up many outstanding teachers from beginners. But having too many inexperienced staff is a problem for a school. Why? Beginner teachers have yet to learn classroom management. That's the suite of skills that leads students to follow rules and make a willing effort. Rules may not be enforced consistent with other teachers. It's harder for students to learn to behave, and their bad behavior spills over into other classes. Novice teachers may know their subject, but they don't yet know how students learn. They don't know how to differentiate their lessons to meet the widely varied needs of students, or how to use assessment to make sure that students are learning. These are complex skills that take time to develop. Until that time, students won't learn what they should. Meanwhile, colleagues must spend extra time supporting new teachers and dealing with the fallout from their lack of experience. Our district has shown it can function at 12% beginning teachers, but as the number increases, inconsistency and misbehavior increase, and their impact on the school widens. Based on Dr. Metcalf's figures, our complement of beginning teachers has doubled and continues to rise, amplifying every problem: inconsistent messaging, poor discipline, gaps in learning, demands on the experienced teachers who remain. At what point is consistency drowned out by chaos? Teachers tell me respect from students is breaking down now. Next, let's look at dress codes. Some of you seem to assume that stricter dress codes produce better discipline and more academic focus. As a teacher, I disagree. Parts of our dress code go against cultural norms for specific groups of students. We can nag these students repeatedly, but their community says their dress is fine, so a lot of nagging produces little change in their behavior. What does change is our credibility with these students. Would you trust the judgment of someone who forever nags you about something you consider meaningless? Would you do your best work for that person? Would you believe them when they said, "Trust me, when you're an adult, you're going to want to know this"? Or would you think they're prejudiced against you and people like you? Would you tune out? We can give these students detention, we can refer them for discipline, and what we end up doing is taking an upstanding young person and transforming them into a kid who keeps getting in trouble. I was overjoyed a few years back when a previous board finally acknowledged that for rural boys, wearing ball caps indoors is a cultural norm, and we could stop our pointless efforts to fight it. You could see the change in how those boys responded in class. And I was correspondingly disappointed when you brought back the mandate to incessantly nag and punish some of our best kids. Please reconsider your assumptions about dress codes, discipline, and academic outcomes. Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all once again. Tonight I am here to speak about a concern that I have regarding a board member's behavior and public dissemination of mis- and disinformation regarding a major religion. Tonight you have heard from a member of the Moore County community who stood up here and chose to read from a book that he considers holy and that he considers to be the truth and what is honest and what is real. There are many religious texts and religious books, and there are many people inside of Moore County schools that do not follow and practice the Christian faith. For a board member to post information on a social media site that disparages the Muslim religion and anybody who believes in the faith of Islam is disgusting to me. And I would encourage every member of this board to please condemn the actions of board member Kenneth Benway and the horrible things that he has posted on his Facebook page. And I do firmly believe in a citizen's First Amendment right to free speech without fear of retaliation from the government. But in this case, Mr. Benway is the government. Mr. Benway has the authority to hire and fire people here that work for Moore County Schools. Mr. Benway has the authority to set policies that govern our schools. Mr. Benway has voted to remove books from our schools that reflect a culture different from his own. Mr. Benway has voted against pursuing an opportunity to address our teacher shortage by even considering an opportunity to look to international teachers. This behavior is not acceptable for an elected official. It is not acceptable to the students and staff here in Moore County who practice the Muslim faith. And it is not acceptable for a member of the Moore County Schools Board of Education to purposely post mis and disinformation. And sir, I hope that your fellow board members take the opportunity to censure you the same way that you were so anxious to censure another member of this board. So I implore you, please address this behavior and please make sure that this hate speech is not allowed to continue. Thank you.
All right. At this point, let me ask, do we need a break? No? Okay. I was asked by Ms. Bruno for a point of personal privilege.
Oh, here. Thank you. Okay. Yes. First thing I wanted to do was to show the picture. I'm so proud of this picture. It was in the North State Journal. It's of our softball team, and it pictures Maggie Drake and Addison Stayskull. Did I say that right? Anyway, I just think hats off to Pinecrest High School. I am so proud of that picture and of our softball team. Mr. Benway and I visited Principal Kenna Wilson at Pinckney, and thank you for everything that you do. What an amazing place. And we also brought Jim Boncannon, one of our commissioners, with us because we really wanted him to see where the money is going and how beautifully Miss Wilson is doing everything at her school. I'm just so proud. And I was so proud that Mr. Boncannon loved it. I've been asked several times. I've asked Dr. Locklear, how much geography are we teaching? And it really made my heart feel really good. We were in K.D. Johnson's classroom at West Pine Elementary, and she was teaching world geography. She was teaching U.S. geography under the social studies. And she was teaching all about the founding fathers. What she had going on in that classroom was absolutely amazing. So Katie, hats off to you. You made my heart really good. I was really floating for the rest of the day because of her superb teaching, and we have tons of those teachers. Tomorrow, I'm going on the school trip to Gettysburg with the cadets, with the ROTC cadets from Pinecrest High School, and with Major McClay, and I am so thrilled. This is my first time at Gettysburg. I'm formerly from Pennsylvania, and when I go up to visit my family, drive right by Gettysburg, and I have never gone. So tomorrow, I'm lucky enough to be joining Pinecrest High School on this trip, and I'm thrilled.
All right, thank you. Okay, so at this point in time, we'll go ahead and move to board action. The Moore County Schools, it's Moore County Schools Board of Education fiscal year 24-25 proposed preliminary budget. Dr. Locklear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If it pleases the chairman, I'm going to join Ms. Edmonds at the podium as we review the presentation from last week and review the recommendation.
Please, Dr. Go forward.
Well, good evening again, board members. I'm going to go ahead and move this forward. Appreciate the opportunity to bring this recommendation to you again tonight. We discussed last week the revised preliminary budget I was bringing to you for you as a board to consider and to potentially approve tonight as your 2024-2025 Moore County Schools preliminary budget. Last week we led into the budget and talked about how, again, that your budget is an articulation of your mission, vision, your core values, core beliefs, and strategic goals of the school district. I reviewed with you as we set up the budget and summarized what drives the budget. A strong belief that I have, and I think you share with me, is that the County of Moore's education system is really one of its greatest assets. And the investment that our county, our Board of Commissioners for many, many years has invested into our education system certainly has had a great return. I'm proud that we're one of the best, if not the best, school districts in the state. I'm proud that we also have other great choices for our families in Moore County, our great charter school partners, privates, but also one of the best, if not the best, community colleges in the state. And I think that's helped to make the County of Moore a great place to live, a great place to raise a family. The key narratives of the budget that I shared with you last week and have shared with you really over the last few months is that this budget is driven by the impact of fixed cost increases, which also requires us to have that continual need to assign fund balance into the next fiscal year. This budget contains no expansion items that are recommended as part of it, which goes into this lean budget approach to do our very best to moderate the local budget's impact on the use of fund balance as best possible. This budget assumes that the district will be fully staffed. It also, we looked to recommend, and I am recommending some budget efficiencies and savings in this budget. This budget utilizes from a revenue standpoint, from a local revenue standpoint, a conservative projection on the revenues we'll get from the county funding formula that the board and county commissioners agreed on earlier this year. And as we're estimating our fixed costs increases on salary and benefits. That's coming from the state of North Carolina's biennial budget, which we know our General Assembly is coming back into session at the end of this month. And so we certainly want to have as lean budget approach to buffer ourselves from any changes that may happen when that budget comes back and when the General Assembly comes back, potentially make some changes. When we think about that investment that we talk about from our Board of Commissioners over the years, when they're investing in our public schools, who are they investing in? Well, that's an investment in over 14,000 school-age students in our public schools in the county of Moore. That includes over 12,800 students here in Moore County schools, and that includes over 1,400 charter school students who are from the county of Moore. As a reminder, that investment from our county commissioners, the per pupil investment from them, that goes to those public school charter students as well. And so that investment's in over 14,000 students here in the county of Moore. So I'm going to turn it over to Tina, as we did last week, for a quick review of the public comments that we got via the web portal, as well as reviewing the projected fixed cost increases that are driving this budget and the recommended budget efficiencies and savings. Tina?
Just a reminder, our web portal was open for public comments related to the budget from March 5th to March 19th. We received 20 responses. That is down from last year. We had 48 last year. And the actual public comments are in the attached backup documents. So this is a list of the areas that the concerns were. So we had one that was an alumni of Moore County Schools, and they were agreeable to the budget. We had 2 community residents. One's concern was to increase staff pay. One was concerned about our vacancies being used to offset fund balance. We had 2 that was listed as other. One was interested in increasing staff pay, and one was concerned about our fund balance. We had 7 teachers or certified staff members. One was agreeable to the budget. One had an interest in facility improvements. We had 1 that was interested in full-time teacher assistants in 1st grade, and we had 4 that were interested in increasing staff pay. We had 8 parent or guardians of current students. There was 1 that was a blank response. We had 2 that were interested in increasing staff pay, 1 that was interested in new playground equipment, 1 that was concerned about school safety, and 2 were concerned that we were using vacancies to offset fund balance, and 1 was concerned about wasteful spending. This is our projected fund balance, this is our projected fixed cost increases for fiscal year 25. We had 3 meetings. We had our March 4th, which was our work session. We had our board meeting on March 11th, and we had our work session last week on April the 8th. That's why you see the 3 different columns. Our fixed cost increases associated with projected state increases in salaries, which is 3%, the retirement at 1% increase, and health insurance contribution rates at $500 per person. All of those are based on the biennial budget. On all 3 of those meetings, they were $1,275,000. Our local supplement step increase for certified teachers, that includes our teachers, assistant principals, and instructional support. That number stayed the same in all 3 of our meetings at $300,000. All of our non-payroll fixed cost increases, which gives a 5% inflation rate, totaled $350,000. That number did not change in any of the 3 meetings. Our projected charter school growth based on the 5-year average, $275,000. That number stayed the same as well. Our fund balance appropriation for fiscal year 23-24 for recurring costs was not in our original work session on March 4th, but we did bring that to our March 11th and last week's April 8th. Is $2,173,000, and that was the fund balance we appropriated last year, or for this current year. Our budget efficiencies, which were updated March 11th, the first work session, we did not bring those budget efficiencies, but then on our March 11th board meeting, we did have $832,800 that was identified for budget efficiencies, and then on April the 8th, we brought down budget efficiencies went down to $632,800. We did not include any expansion items, and our total projected local budget increase is $3,740,200.
Is that it, or you have additional?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
The budget efficiencies, we have vacant positions to freeze and not include in the 24-25 budget are 2 digital integrated facilitator positions, 1 curriculum specialist position, and 1 assistant director for communications. They total $340,000, and that does include benefits. The new federal rural grant, which is eligible to pick up local technology expenses in fiscal year 24-25, is $292,800. And then we had a freeze to increase supplies, materials, and equipment. Based on board member feedback, that was removed. That makes our reduction for 24-25 budget $632,800.
So,
I'm sorry if I could ask a question.
Good time, sure.
I just have a question on the previous slide, on slide 10.
yes, sir.
What was the methodology to decide which positions were going to be frozen?
These were current positions that we were not filled, but still were loaded on our budget. And so when we were looking for opportunities to freeze and not load it in the next year's budget, that was the methodology that was used to identify those positions. Doesn't mean that these positions don't serve a great value for us here in Moore County Schools. And I've been very transparent, especially about the curriculum specialist position as one I'd want to continue to look at revenue to bring back into the budget. But these were positions that were currently vacant.
Yeah, I look at the digital integration facilitator position, and I just have a few thoughts on that. Is we have more than 2, right? I mean, we have a half dozen or maybe 8 or 10 of those.
I think we currently have 8 that are still staffed. I'm looking at Will to give me the nod. Yep.
Yeah,
yes, sir.
and I'm certainly not saying that they're not doing anything. Of course, they're doing stuff. But you know, it's like once you facilitated the introduction of the technology into the classroom, then their mission's complete, and perhaps those positions should go away.
The original, and I was not here when we went to the original one-on-one process of bringing one-on-one digital tools into the classroom with students at the 612 level. However, that was some of the original intention of our digital integration facilitators, is to help our teachers learn how to utilize that effectively, use it effectively with
That was
students.
my understanding.
But it's grown since that point, as you saw from the presentation tonight, integrating engineering strands throughout our classrooms, K-8, supporting the expansion of robotics and STEM work in our classrooms. And now with the advent of AI, and how do we effectively utilize that, monitor that, and make it an effective learning tool in our classrooms, and something that's an asset to us, and not something that doesn't work against us. There's a lot of great things that our DFs can continue to do and continue to be a coach for our teachers and our students. But these are always things we have to look at when we're looking at a budget, and we have a situation where we're assigning fund balance. We're going to have to continue to look moving forward, either through additional revenue or through additional efficiencies, to look how we handle that.
Go ahead.
Just a couple observations. I would look at, this is why we need a top-to-down position review, because I would suggest that, if their job was initially to be the pioneers and help teachers, integrate technology into their teaching, they did a great job because we're there. And then, what you just described is something else that would be like a new position, an AI, whatever you want to call it. And there's actually a fundamental problem. I was thinking about this over the last week, and it's the promise of technology and how big technology misleads people. Everyone remembers, we used to get textbooks, right? And we used to get a textbook allowance. And then they said, hey, let's go to computers because all the books will be online and they'll be cheaper because they don't have to pay to print them. And everyone bought into that. Oh, if we just buy these, and I'm a computer guy by education, right? If we just buy these computers, it'll be cheaper and we'll be, have this digital revolution. Well, what happened is, as everyone here knows, the books, even though they don't print them, they're just as expensive as the printed one. And we end up supporting the media specialist, and now we support the digital integration specialist, and then we have to buy computers for every single student. It ended up costing us 3 to 4 times more than textbooks would have cost us. I'm not saying we didn't get additional value out of it, but you have to continually reassess. Once a new technology is introduced, you still need, A, the people who introduced it, and B, do you need the people who preceded? Do we need horse and buggy carriage builders when we introduce the car? So anyway, I just, when I saw that, I'm like, oh, we froze too. No, we didn't eliminate a position. We froze, which means it's going to be back. And 2, if we're going to freeze 2, why don't we freeze 8? And if we need that structure somewhere else, then we should call it something else and convert it over to that something else.
One other thing, just from my very, very, very short experience in classroom, the digital integration facilitator is one of the most demanded, I guess, people in the various classrooms because the technology constantly changes and the teachers are called upon to integrate different types of data into the classroom. And some of our teachers have a lot of difficulty doing that. And those digital integration specialists, they come in and they rescue a lot of teachers. So, I can understand why we need them. Hopefully we'll find the money in the budget for this additional person that hasn't been there anyway for a while, but we certainly need them. I'll put it that way. That's just from one very, very short standpoint of a teacher.
Well, and let's unfreeze them.
So, to just kind of wrap up and summarize what my recommendation is, and then I'm going to ask Tina to walk through the full budget, how that preliminary budget breaks down. As a reminder, this is your preliminary budget you're approving by law. You're required to approve that, and then submit the information to the county commissioners in May. So that's why we have this timeline. But you will then come back in October, we're hoping, if the state budget is complete, and approve your original budget, which then drives us for the remainder of our fiscal year. But the driving factors to this proposed budget that I brought to you last week, we discussed over the last few months, the primary priority is that we're able to ensure being able to continue our current level of services as best possible. And that's what's driving that is those fixed cost increases, the salaries and benefits and inflation. This budget assumes that the district will be fully staffed and will hire each position, which is why we had to assign fund balance this year for the budget that Ms. Edmonds discussed. While we may not use that fund balance because of vacancies that we've carried, we must assume that we'll be able to hire each position. This budget uses, from a revenue standpoint, a conservative and pragmatic estimate of the local funding formula allotment of a 3% growth. And overall, this is a lean budget trying to moderate the local use of fund balance as best possible. We have no expansion items in this budget, and we also are recommending some efficiencies and savings. And so my recommendation to you to consider as your local budget increase for the 24-25 preliminary proposed budget is $3,740,200. And that's driven by, again, the fixed cost increases associated with the projected state increases in salaries and retirement and benefits, $1,275,000. The local supplement step increase for certified staff remain at the same level of $300,000. Non-payroll fixed costs, inflationary costs of $350,000. Again, estimating the charter growth need that we'll have in our budget. Again, a reminder, the per pupil expenditure for each student that attends a charter school, public charter school in the county, if more receives that amount. We're estimating that on a 5-year average increase of $275,000. Again, incorporating the fund balance you assigned this year into next year as well is $2,173,000. And so looking at recommended savings of $632,800, that's a total fixed cost increases of $3,740,200. The revenue to match those fixed cost increases that I am recommending is projecting the county funding formula increase at a 3% rate of $1,130,569 and recommending the assignment of fund balance of $2,609,631. With no expansion costs, the total proposed local budget increase is $3,740,200. Because of the recommendation that you assign fund balance, I'd like to ask Tina to review briefly what we're projecting fund balance use will be for this year. Since you are considering as part of your budget of assigning fund balance, I then would like Tina to walk back through the full budget for you as a review before we quickly sum up to see if there's any additional discussion or questions. Tina?
Our projected fund balance is our projected unused fund balance assigned this year for fiscal year 23-24 of $2,173,000. Our unassigned fund balance of $2,222,208, and our projected fund balance gain, which was updated April 1st, of $506,582, making our projected fund balance for June 30th, 2024, $4,901,790. We are 24-25. Our projected fund balance appropriation is $2,609,631. When you take away the $2 million floor, that leaves us $292,159 above that $2 million floor. This is our county allotment by fund type. Our local current operations is $33,949,191. Charter school operations is $3,733,000, making our total local fund 2 $37,682,191. Our capital expense for fund 4 is $800,000. Our Sand Hill Center, which is Fund 8, PRC 829, is $284,000. And the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services, Fund 8, PRC 69, is $50,000, making the total county allotment for 24-25 $38,816,191. This
is our 24-25 proposed revenue for local Fund 2. We have, again, our local current operations is $33,949,191. Our charter school operations is $3,733,000. So our projected county allotment for Fund 2 is $37,682,191. Our fines and forfeitures are at $450,000, interest at $150,000, and our local fund balance assignment is $2,609,631, making our proposed Fund 2 budget $40,891,822. This is our Moore County Schools proposed 24-25 budget. For Fund 1 in state is $100,074,254. Fund 2, our local expense is $40,891,822. Fund 3 for federal is $14,545,570. Fund 4 for capital expense is $1,217,000. Fund 5 for child nutrition is $6,177,000. Fund 8 for restricted revenue is $3,664,114, making our proposed 24-25 budget $166,569,760.
Thank you, Tina. Just to quickly sum up, again, this a school board's budget is a reflection of your vision, your mission, your core beliefs, and strategic goals. And this budget is recommended to try to continue to drive that forward as best possible and continue our current level of operations, providing the highest level of service in an efficient and effective manner. I truly believe a county's investment in our education system is an investment in our community and ultimately the vibrancy of our economy and making it a great place to live, raise a family, and to work. And we're, again, utilizing this lean budget approach, trying to moderate the use of fund balance as best we can. We have no expansion items in this budget, and we're recommending some savings and efficiency. And as always, I'd like to thank the engagement of the board throughout the process, many hours engaging with myself and Ms. Edmonds for several months. The board budget committee as well, that's chaired by Mr. Levy. Mr. Benway, Ms. Codwell serve on that committee, Ms. Edmonds being the staff liaison. The next steps as we move forward, I kind of highlighted that a few minutes ago. Your consideration for approval of the budget tonight, adopting it as your budget, as the Moore County Schools Board of Education budget. We then have the opportunity to go and share with our county commissioners on May 7th. We'll be submitting this information, so we'll be sharing a little bit about our budget, but also I'm excited about the opportunity to thank them for their investment and to talk a little bit about the return on investment that our county has made over the years and how it's helped make us a strong and very outstanding school district. The county manager will be presenting his budget on May 21st to the county commissioners. They'll hold a public hearing on June 18th and approve their budget prior to July. As we've alluded to earlier, the General Assembly will be coming back into short session here in a couple weeks. They may make tweaks to their budget, may give higher salary increases and benefit costs associated with that, and that would impact the budget that we have to bring back to you to approve as your original budget. So that's still out there over the summer into the fall. But we hope to be able to bring our recommendation for your original budget for the 2024-2025 fiscal year by your October board meeting. And so with that, again, thank you, and we're open to any additional questions and discussion. But the recommendation I have for you tonight is to approve this as your preliminary budget for next year.
Okay, at this point in time, before we go into questions, do I have a motion for the approval of the superintendent's recommendation for this to be the proposed preliminary budget? Okay, is there a second? Second, okay. Now, discussion or questions for the superintendent? Anyone? Okay, yes.
I have a couple slides, and I have some questions from the supporting materials that are attached to your agenda. So if you don't mind, Charlie, if we could start off with my slides. Oh.
Our slides or your slides, Mr. Henshaw?
My slides.
Okay,
I haven't seen your slides, Mr. Henshaw. I don't know if I'd be able to answer any questions.
Well, okay, if you can't answer them, that's fine. They're just items for me to talk off of.
Okay.
They're talking points and for me, you know, to point things out. That's fine if you can't answer the questions.
Yes, sir.
I mean, they're based 100% off information that was presented in these briefs. So I spent some time, you know, thinking about what's been presented, and I, of course, like to chart things out over time. For example, you know, the brief that you guys just gave, you know, that charts out Moore County school enrollment over time. You know, my takeaway from that is student enrollments increased 67 students over 10 years. You know, that's an average of 6.7 students per year. So it's helpful for me to chart things out. So I charted out the local funding. This is only two pages. I charted out the local funding, and I charted out the total dollars of local funding, which is what you see there. And then if you scroll down, Mr. Bachelor, I charted out the local percentage of increase. And you know, it's kind of all over the board, and hopefully it'll normalize. You know, a lot of that's COVID spending and, you know, money that came down for various, you know, things that we spent on other things. So it's a bit clouded. But one thing that jumped out at me is if you take out, and I've got a little footnote there, if you take out the $2.6 million that we're taking from fund balance, the growth is zero. If you scroll back up, Mr. Bachelor, I mean, that 6% growth goes to zero growth, not 3%. It doesn't stay steady at 3%. If you subtract out the $2.6 million fund balance that we're giving up, I'm just wondering where the $3 million, you know, the additional funding from the county commissioners is going, because it's not reflected in there on the bottom line numbers. My math very well could be wrong. You know, maybe you guys look at that, but again, if you subtract 2.6 million from 40 million, you get 38,282,191, which is exactly what our budget was last year per a brief given in December.
I might point out that the lion's share increase of the budget, I believe, Dr. Locklear, is inflation. We're figuring about a 3% inflation rate. Am I correct?
No, sir. The 3% increase is a projection on the local funding formula increase, and that's modeled out based on when the county manager modeled out the funding formula and what we could potentially expect to see in a conservative estimate of growth in the county's budget was a 3% increase, and so therefore we're estimating a 3% increase in revenue from the county funding formula, which is 1.16, I think.
But that is going to be eaten up in inflation. Am I right? Isn't basically inflation the reason why we need the additional money?
One could say it's an inflationary increase. That is correct.
Yeah, my question isn't what's causing the increase in spending. We know it's driven by increase in salaries and inflation. My point is that if you subtract out $2.6 million, this year's proposed local funding budget is $40.89 million. If you subtract out the 2.6 million, that doesn't. I think you would need to then subtract out the fund balance appropriated in all previous years to really get where the growth is. Right. So that's kind of my point. Is I wasn't sure what the answer is, but what's happening is there's some nested fund balancing going on. Something's going on there because again, if you subtract out the, you know, we were told we're getting X. You just saw the slide. We're getting X more money from the county commissioners. You add the fund balance to that, and you come up with $40 million. Well, no, you don't. If you subtract the fund balance out, you get to zero growth. So it's like there's no additional money from county commissioners unless that's making up for money that we spent last year out of fund balance. There's an appropriation of fund balance for the last two budget cycles, and in previous budget cycles, I'm sure there were as well. Yeah. And so that's that hole that we're bringing forward from the budget. We're not using our fund balance. We didn't last year. We're not anticipating using fund balance this year. We've assigned because of vacancies. So I think if you incorporate that into it, again, not having had a chance to kind of work through this with you, but that's what that's my response in the moment to that. I believe that's where you're seeing that. Yeah. So again, I hadn't quite traced it all the way and figured it out, but that is a very logical explanation. And I would caution board members, if that's the explanation, then 100% of the increase in local funding that we're getting this year is to make up for us using fund balance last year. And 100% of the increase we're getting this year is from spending fund balance. It's not anything from the county commissioners. That's just to fill the gap that we had this year. But next year, the gap's going to be twice as big as the gap we're creating this year. We got an increase of what, 1.1 million from the county commissioner, something
Well,
like that.
that's a projection.
Right, no, I understand.
That hasn't been approved.
Right,
and-
but it's roughly 1.2 million. So that's obviously the funding gap that we made up with the fund balance last year. So 100%, again, so that was a $1.1 million hole. 100% of the increase this year is just going to fill that hole. And what we're doing is we're creating a hole twice as big for next year. It's right there. The hole for next year is going to be 2.6 million. So what are we going to do when the local funding only increases 1.2 million and it just isn't enough to cover just the fund balance that we're spending this year? That's my conclusion. I don't know. You'd have to trace it all the way through, but I'm pretty sure that's what's happening.
The board 2 budget cycles ago appropriated approximately $1.7 million of fund balance to balance the budget that year. The next year, this current budget cycle, it was 2.1 million, and so with inflationary increases, projecting 2.6 as the need to balance the budget if we were to fully hire every position, and so, but with that, we have received increased local funding from the county. Substantial increases in local funding.
30%.
I think over the last couple budget cycles, very grateful for that.
Yeah, it's right there.
And, you know, again, estimating conservatively, we may get more. We don't know that information yet, but it's a conservative projection because we want to be realistic in what we're looking at with our budget.
Okay. All right. Next page, please. So then I took the whole budget and I graphed it out over time. And next one, please, Mr. Bachelor. And I did the total budget dollars, then I did the percentage increase. And you'll see that, if you could go down a little bit more so we can see the year. So if you can see there, you go back pre-COVID, our budget was pretty much 117, 120, and it kind of hovered there. Then all the COVID money came in, and it was glory days. And the problem is it makes it almost impossible to compare apples to apples because historically, you had, all this was operational money and then you had construction money. Well, with COVID, you had some construction and AC. By the way, didn't we approve HVAC improvements for the central office? It's delayed.
No, sir, we did not.
Awesome,
That
good.
was
I'm
taken
happy
off
to
of
hear
what we considered. The board did approve
Personal
HVAC,
fans.
Personal fans. That was not approved, no, sir.
Okay, all right. So I would just point out again, a chart really focuses the mind. Is last year our budget all in was $186 million. In fact, we just did the budget revision of that. What was it called? The budget addendum several months ago, and I pulled that right off there. It was $186 million. Well, our budget for 24-25 is $20 million less in real dollars. Now, I haven't seen anything that has said how much of last year's budget was spent on non-operational things. Okay, how much of that was spent on buildings, how much was spent on air conditioning and whatnot. So I caution people, this year's budget is 20. Now, keep in mind, a couple months ago, we revised 23-24 up like $4.6 million. So, ours will go up a little bit, but it's not going to go up $20 million. So I asked the board to keep that in mind. Maybe just scroll down a little bit, Mr. Bachelor. And then if you look at the total operational budget increase and decrease, again, in 2018, 2019, it kind of, hummed along there at 3% annual raises. This is total budget, not the local. In COVID years, we had 24%. That was a good time to be on the board. There was lots of money to do lots of things, a bit challenging on the social issues. But anyway, But this year, and then last year, we had a 4.6% increase in the budget. And you know, for this year, 24, 25, the future year, we have a 10.5% real reduction in the budget. Now, again, not all of that was spent on operational. Quite a bit of it, you know, we had the flexibility to spend on, you know, renovating gyms and athletic fields and whatnot. And so, anyway, and then one last slide here, please go to the next page. Then I looked at it per student, and because that's a good metrics. I wish Sand Hills Community College would publish, you know, enrollment versus funding over time and give us a per student cost. I think that would be very interesting to see because they never talk in those terms. But if you look, pre-COVID, we were down there under $10,000 per student. COVID, we went up. Last year was a high water mark at $14,466 per student. This is just, by the way, this is just taking total dollars divided by the enrollment. There might be a few finer points to it. This year, this budget goes down to $12,900 per student, but that's still, you know, that's still 30% over pre-COVID per student spending levels. So just, you know, I just threw this together to put things into perspective and so that people see the whole picture over time, because it's not particularly rosy, you know, and what we really got to do is have a full understanding of how much that what we view as operational money was spent on, you know, construction, a one-time thing. The other thing I know Dr. Locklear is itching to point out, we were very disciplined in many ways during COVID when, you know, there was temporary funding. We said these are temporary positions, and to my knowledge, almost all of those went away per the agreement. I think all of them did. So we were disciplined in that, but this just, you know, something to think about.
Yes, sir. 40% of the, I don't want to misquote how many million, but $20 million plus of ESSER 1, 2, and 3 funding was spent on capital projects, which I'm proud we did that. And I think it's gotten us to move forward on some badly needed projects across our district. So. That's part of what you're seeing there with that decrease of overall funding.
Yep. Okay. And then if we could shift to the support materials on the agenda, Mr. Batchelor. I just have a couple questions on things. Linked on the bottom of the agenda. No, it's a different document. It is.
Yeah, there's
budget information, I believe.
Yeah, that's about 40 pages of backup materials.
Yeah, it's
discussed a little bit last week. Sorry, the only changes would be noted in red. Yep.
Thank you. My questions are on the last couple pages. Actually, I have a couple very specific questions related to the local funding. It's on the very last page, Mr. Batchelor. Might want to make that a little larger. And then I have a conceptual question that kind of blows my mind. That's a couple pages up, but let's talk about this. So if you look at the very top of the page, we have local funds, which I assume the top half of this is revenues and the bottom half is expenses. If you look at the very first revenue item, very top, you see $65,000 in driver's education. And then if you scroll down to the expenses, same position, we have $276,000 in driver's ed expenses. So we have $65,000 in revenue. We have $276,000 in expenses. I thought that driver's ed was funded by the state.
So this is driver's ed money that they collect that is tuition. Yes, thank you. And if you'll go back, if you went to the worksheets that I have a note saying that funds 4, 5, and 8, because we have historically not included fund balance, the original ones only were showing the revenues. So we've never really had those until I came. We did start putting in Fund 8 all of the all of those fund balances, the carryover, if you will. So that's why you'll see the expenses are different. They're not. There's no way for me to tell how much they're actually going to spend, but that's how I load it on to be able to for them to be able to be for us to be transparent on how much money we really do have in Fund 8.
Yeah, I've always believed that, is driver's ed funded by the state?
We do get funds for the state for students in our county. I believe ninth grade. I'm looking at Jenny, and I might. Correct. We charge tuition. What Tina's saying is that, and correct me if I'm wrong, Tina, but the $275,000 I believe it's 275, is the fund balance loaded into the. We may not spend $275,000, but that's what the fund balance they currently have. Their total budget.
Oh,
is
because that's
loaded
listed
into
as an expenditure. So what's the expenditure expect? If that's the fund balance, then that's not the budget. That's how much money we have, not how much we're going to spend.
Correct. But your revenue, so if you go, and I don't know that it's showing on this very, if you'll scroll all the way down to the bottom, one of these, yeah. So if you see that 6,378,524 is a total of how much fund balance would be added or used. So in this case, it would be used. That's how much, and it is basically a mirror of this year. I have no idea where we're going to land. We're not at the end of June 30th yet.
Yeah, so what do you call in fund balance? Because if you're saying we're using $6.3 million worth of fund balance, I don't think that's what the board's understanding of fund balance is. That's not mine. Is that money, revenue we haven't received yet?
So this is, the very last column is 24-25.
Right.
The 23-24 is the one before it.
I understand.
So that's how much, whenever I've come up and had our budget amendments done every time, that's exactly, that 23-24, that's exactly how much has been appropriated for fund balance. Not that they're going to use it out of each fund. Yes, out of each PRC in Fund 8.
So this sheet isn't a budget sheet. This is some sort of hybrid that shows revenues and fund balances.
Yes, they are budget worksheets that helps me to be able to load the budget on every time.
Okay, I've got a question on one other slide. Actually, hold on a second. Let me see. Okay, page 36, please, Mr. Bachelor. Now, here's where we get into the actual budget. This is the actual budget. This is what we're spending, my understanding. You have revenues, you have expenditures, then you come up with the 2.6 million that we're short and we're using fund balance. So I have a few questions on things we're spending money on. Keep in mind our revenues are decreasing 10%, and keep in mind that we didn't give raises that kept up with inflation this year, and that's very unfortunate. I mean, a fundamental responsibility of an employer is to make sure that their employees are made whole in light of inflation. I mean, I did it with my companies, and it was painful, but that's a moral obligation. So what's this foreign exchange student expense of $207,000? Yeah, I'm sorry, it's line 20 under expenses. It's page 36. Yeah, right there, line 20. Foreign exchange student, $207,000 budgeted for this year. That's 2 teachers, 2.5 teachers.
Those are expenses that we incur with the foreign exchange program.
So we're bringing foreign exchange students here, or what's?
No, sir. That's our visiting international faculty, which that serves our dual language program at Robbins Elementary School. That's the conversion of those into that. We get state funds we're able to convert, and that converts into that number, which is we spend on those teachers.
Okay, and those are, just to be clear, legally, those are H-1B visa holders, correct? That's what allows them to work here?
J-1 visa.
J1.
What's the difference?
J-1 visa.
Not much.
Okay. Okay, going down to, so we got
But
transport.
one of the things, let me point out, yes, we do have international teachers. This is something important.
My concern was, when we debated that before,
No,
was,
no,
we outsource our teachers to H-1 visa holders,
No,
and,
I
right.
well understand your
Yeah,
point, but a lot of people have said that we don't have international
Right,
teachers.
yeah, it's
We
not
actually
true.
do.
Sure.
And we have quite a lot of that out of, especially out of Robbins Elementary.
So the line items 56 and 69, transportation and at-risk student services. So transportation, I assume that's not yellow school bus related, correct?
I think that's to support the board's approved incentive program for our transportation program. Am I correct, Tina? Which is a local cost of 56.
Okay, and then at-risk student services, we spend $500,000 a year. What type of services are those?
There's the local 60 nurses, SROs, it's all of the student support services.
Student support services, I assume we have some local costs on social workers, perhaps some counselors, school police officers, as well as school nurses.
And then finally, my favorite is 801 Board of Education. It appears that that the taxpayers spend just shy of $100,000 on the Board of Education.
That includes each of the money that comes out every month for payment.
Yeah, so that's $360 per person. So that's about $30,000 per year. So that's another $67,000. I mean, is that where we get our free lunches and free dinners and stuff paid for, or what's the?
It would come out of that line item, sir, but that's not a lot of cost. I mean, think also in that line item would be trainings that the board may attend with the North Carolina School Board Association or governmental associations to get your required CEUs that you have to get every couple of years, as well as the stipends that board members receive on a monthly basis.
Okay, that's all the questions I have.
Thank you.
Okay. Further questions by board members or comments? Okay. Ken, are you? Oh, I thought you were. Okay. Let me say that I believe this has been a lot of hard work. I appreciate Mr. Hensley's graphs and the like. I would have liked to have seen those things much ahead of time so that if we could somehow improve the process or whatever, maybe we could digest it. But at this point in time, and I also wish that they'd been shown to Dr. Locklear so he could have given us a better look at it. At any rate, this has been a lot of hard work, and I believe it's a good budget. I believe it's an excellent budget. I would have liked to have seen expansion items. In particular, I would have liked to have seen our Title I schools get additional money for our media centers, because a lot of them are funded by book sales, and some of our Title I schools don't have a lot of book sales. Some of our other schools do, and some of our schools don't. And while I know we struggle to give them as much support as we can, I hope that if we can find some money in the budget, perhaps next year and the like, that we can look a little bit closer that expansion budget of supporting our libraries with more books and more educational materials for those media centers. In any case, I believe it's a responsible budget. I believe that the budget takes into account inflation and takes into account our needs and is a conservative budget. So I do commend Dr. Locklear and your staff for coming up with it. And I do understand the county commissioners have given us a certain amount of money, and I believe that they're very generous in giving us money. Of course we want more money. Of course we want to have greater raises for teachers and the like. But I believe that given the money that they are appropriating for us. We are doing a great job, and our students are doing a great job. And one of the other things is that we are meeting the goals of our strategic plan with this budget. And I keep going back to the strategic plan because the strategic plan is the one where we look at our academics and we look at the educational gap in our schools, and we look and we see that we're making progress. So even with a tight budget, we're doing well. So I would hope that the board would approve this budget. With that, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the budget, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Nay. One nay. The budget passes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. All right. Next, we have the second reading of the new and revised policies. And this is the way, with the permission of the board, this is the way I'd like to handle it. We have really two sets of policies, which we're looking at here for our second reading. The first set of policies is the one that was recommended by the North Carolina School Boards Association, okay? And I'd like to take that up first. And that would exclude policies, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that excludes policies, proposed policy 2300? 2330, excuse me, I apologize. 2330 and policy 1314. So are there any amendments? First of all, do I have a motion for to approve on second reading the policies except for those two policies? Do I have such a motion?
So moved.
It's right. Those are the special policies, 1314 and 2330. Am I right? Yes.
And
Okay.
policy number 12 is simply a technical correction.
Okay. So I'm going ahead and including that in this first set of policies. So maybe I'm wrong. Do I have a motion for the policies which were proposed by the North Carolina School Boards Association? Okay, so that's a motion by the vice chair. Is there a second? Second. Okay. We'll go with Ms. Caldwell this time. All right. Is there any discussion?
I would like to review them all.
Okay, go ahead. Is there any particular policy that you want to propose a change?
I would like to start at the first one and go through and review all the changes so the public can see what the policy changes are.
Okay, one of the things is that it's extensive, and this was done in the work session. So, but what I'm going to call for at this point in time, because I don't want to go through just this myriad of policies here, is there anything you wish to change? Because the public obviously could read the policies. They've been in the public eye for at least a couple of weeks. So, do you have an amendment?
No, I would like a reading of the policies. Let's just start at one and let's look at the changes and let's go through them.
Okay, I'm not going to do that right now, but I'll tell you what I will do. Start at the top. Is there anything that you want to change?
I would like to review the policies. Let's just
Okay,
pull it up and
you've
scrub
had.
those
I'm
things.
not going to spend the time here at the board for you to review all the policies. So, let me. Okay, are there any proposed amendments? Is there any any discussion?
I
on the
guess a
motion?
point of order. What's the purpose of a reading if we're not going to read the changes?
Well, the term reading of a policy is, we don't read it aloud and we don't read it in the board meeting, okay? A reading of a bill means that we review it, That's actually, it's a term of art. So, so are there any amendments or is there any argument with regard to these policies? I have a motion on the floor.
Again,
Excuse me,
Yes.
could I say something? I think that if Mr. Hensley wants us to go through these, I think that that's what we should do.
If I can interject, we did do that.
I
during the
understand that.
workday, and he had plenty of time for the whole week to do that, or show up to the work session.
Okay, all right, here's what I'm going to do. Okay, here's what,
Sta- sta- sta-
no, wait a second. Here's what I'm going to do.
well, Ms. Caldwell made an accusation against me. I'd like to be able to respond.
It wasn't an accusation, you just
told
went
us
there
that
to-
you
were out
Okay, order, please. Okay. The bottom line is I have a motion on the floor. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Yes, I
Hearing
would
no-
like to review the
Okay.
proposed changes.
Okay, you may argue any changes you want. Go ahead.
Well, let's pull them up.
Man, I wish you were here, work session.
Okay, they are up. Okay, I'm not going to do it. Okay, bottom line is, I'm hearing no amendments or changes.
Wait, Mr. Chair, point of
Yes.
order. By what authority are you just disregarding my request to go through and see the proposed changes? I said the public would like to see them. There's people who tune in that don't watch the work session. I watched the work session. You know, they weren't all thoroughly covered.
I don't believe that it is necessary in a business session to go through line by line things that we've already gone through before. I just don't believe it, and so that's going to be my ruling.
Mr. Chair, you cannot make a ruling. You could make a vote to close the question, but you
All right,
cannot unilaterally make a ruling.
Is there any further discussion? Okay. Hearing no further discussion, we'll move to a vote.
I object.
Okay.
Mr. Attorney, is there a requirement that policies be read aloud? You've not chimed in.
No, there's not.
All right. So, bottom line is no, I will not read all these policies aloud. I will not do it. Okay.
To be
Let me-
clear,
let
I'm
me-
just
let me
asking the
get- let me get
changes,
a
the
little
highlighted
bit-
changes.
Let me get a little bit.
To
little
be
bit more
clear,
technical. Let me get a little bit more technical. Is there a motion to close debate?
So moved.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor of closing debate, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those opposed? 2. 5 to 2, is that 2/3?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Debate is closed. All those, we'll move immediately to a vote. All those in favor of the policies, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
nay.
1 nay. Okay. Did you vote for the policy?
I actually don't understand what we're voting on. Okay. What are we voting on?
We're voting on the policies except for the 2 special policies.
Okay, I'm okay with that, but I'm not okay with, I don't understand
Okay.
why we can't go through those.
Okay, we've.
And I understand it was already voted on.
Okay, it's already voted on. Okay, just tell me whether you vote yea or nay on the policies.
Yeah.
Yay, okay, so there's 1 opposed. Okay, motion carries. Okay, so do I have, actually, I don't need a motion, this is from a committee. So the committee has proposed 13, 14, and 23, 30. Okay, that motion is on the floor from the committee. No second is necessary, am I correct, counsel?
That's correct.
Okay. Is there discussion? First of all, take them individually. We'll go through 13, 14. Is there any discussion?
Sure, can we scroll down and see the proposed changes?
Yeah.
So I have a few questions and I have a few comments. So the first thing is board members can take any notes, copious or uncopious notes that they want to take in closed session. There is no reason why a board member should not be able to record a closed session. And I will go as far as to say our closed sessions are leakier than one of those sieves you use to, like, you know, a colander to like get the water out of your macaroni when you cook macaroni. You know, when we had this issue with the clerk of court and the bond forfeiture money, Matt, the pilot reporter, cited several anonymous sources from the Board of Education, which were fairly accurate as to, you know, what was being discussed and all. And I assure you, those did not come from my recordings. Otherwise, the pilot reporter probably would have played my recordings. My recordings are there to protect myself. And the reason they're there to protect myself is, as we witnessed, there's the tyranny of the majority. I mean, you guys just voted 5-2 majority to shut down debate without even having debate. Couldn't even bring it up and, you know, discuss the changes. That's the tyranny of the majority. I don't feel the need to have that protection in open session because there's witnesses and there's a video recording of open session. But in closed session, it is to protect the rights of anyone. There's been he said, she said in closed sessions. I've specifically asked for things to be in the minutes of closed session, which were not included in the closed session. So there is no, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, we've got an outburst from Mr. Holmes.
Okay, all right. Mr. Hensley has the floor. Go
Thank
ahead.
you. So there's absolutely no reason. The only reason that people here on the board want to prevent recordings of closed sessions is because people on this board know that they've done incorrect things in closed session. And if they're recorded, then they won't be able to change their story if it ever goes to a court of law. There is no good reason to ban recordings of members of closed session. All it does is it sets up he said, she said, and it sets up, as I said, the tyranny of the majority. This is 100% to protect board members so they can do occasional shady stuff in closed session, which has happened.
Yes, further discussion? Yes, Ms. Kola?
I was just gonna.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, this is, yeah, it's on. That this is why I appreciate the board attorney recording the sessions for, that way he has them and for legal reasons, as if we do have issues, we can ask him. But that's how I would feel more comfortable. I don't like other people photographing me during a closed session.
I would be 100% okay with that as long as there's a requirement that the board attorney will keep those on file for X number of years.
I believe he's already told us that he does keep them, and all we have to do is request a copy of them if we need them. Am I correct in thinking that, sir?
Am I? Okay. I do retain them. Don't have a particular time set for retaining them, but have no intention of getting rid of them.
I've never known an attorney to ever actually get rid of files, except for one, and that was actually he died, and his wife decided to burn the files. But attorneys always keep files forever, even when they don't have to. So that's my experience. But go ahead. Is there anything? Yes. Other people?
I wanted to say.
Yes, ma'am.
Just my opinion on it. An attorney has to have a record so he can take his proper notes and resubmit. It has to be very detailed. If a board member has a recording, if they're at home or in their office or anywhere and they're listening to that recording, they don't know who could be walking around and overhearing it. So there's great danger in discussions that we have that nobody else should be hearing. And as far as my own personal, I'm very trustworthy, and there was a lot of detective work that is public record that the pilot was able to get on his own accord, and nothing was leaked, at least from my lips, and I'll take great pride in being able to say that. We are not an untrustworthy board. And I don't appreciate that it's insinuated that we are, and that's all.
I have a question. Are our personnel reports recorded by you?
They're published.
No. When we're talking about people, behind enclosed sessions, are you recording those? If so,
Yeah, I've said that I've been recording the closed sessions, and I've said why and I've said this in closed session too, why I've recorded closed sessions. And it's not illegal, it's not improper, and it's no different than people taking extensive notes.
I think it is improper, because what if somebody got a hold of your phone or your recording and heard about this teacher? It's none of their business. Why can't you trust the attorney?
What if okay, so let me address that. I'm glad you brought that up, Mr. Holmes. So the policy is written, makes it sound, and I think this is intentional, it makes it sound like the attorney's recordings are transient notes, because it specifically says make recording to aid in the preparation of closed session minutes. That's the definition of transient notes, and that would imply that they're deleted or can be deleted thereafter. But the bottom line is, closed sessions, there needs to be an accurate recording of what happens there based upon stuff that I've seen.
Well, you're basically saying to the board attorney that, his job, he doesn't do a good enough job.
That's not what I said. What I said is that policy, this is exactly what I said, Mr. Holmes. That policy up there, the board attorney may, it doesn't say must, can record a closed session to assist in the preparation of closed session minutes. And I said that is the definition of transitory notes. And then afterwards he goes, minutes are done, delete. That's exactly, I didn't question his competence. I just pointed out that is the definition of transient records, and those can be deleted. But, let's just change the policy that says that the board attorney will keep them on file for, 5 years or something.
And that would make a difference to you?
Sure.
If we added that?
Yeah, 100%. I just want protection against he said, she said. Any reasonable person has any reasonable assets would be worried about that.
Man, don't we? I think we do.
Richard, counsel?
Mr. Chair, if I may, the legal requirement for this is that the board maintain a general account of what goes on in closed session. A general account has been defined as, and the courts have considered this, as something less than full complete minutes. It's a general account of what goes on, is less than detailed minutes of everything that went on in closed session. Our minutes go considerably beyond any requirement for a general account or closed session minutes, and there's no requirement that there be a recording made, or that a recording be maintained. What you do is beyond what's required by the law, quite frankly, I don't know any of the boards that record their closed sessions. Partly because of some of the nature of what goes on in closed session or what you hear in closed session. It's up to you what you want to do with this policy, and with this particular portion of this policy. You can regulate your own board member conduct with regard to what goes on and what's allowed to go on in closed session and what board members are allowed to do or not to do in closed session. You can't create what you can consider in closed session. That's governed by the law. But in terms of this particular provision, it's completely up to the board what you want to do.
All right, further comments?
I'd like to say
Yes,
something,
ma'am.
please. David, you used the word shady. Would you explain that? Because I don't think I have ever seen anybody on this board be shady, and I don't want shady associated with my name. Would you?
With the board attorney's permission, I'd be more than happy to start listing out stuff.
Do we have time?
Well,
It's not my permission.
okay, well, you can't.
Can we call the question?
Call the
Okay.
question, yeah.
You can call the
Or
question,
Mr.
okay.
Benway, I think, maybe.
May I have one more comment?
Yeah.
I think that the unfortunate aspect of this whole thing is that we were throwing accusations out on the floor that are impossible to refute You can't disprove a negative, and I think it does a great disservice to this board to having done that. And not having done it only once, but a number of times over the course of the last year. So I condemn that.
Except, Mr. Benway, I could play my recordings, and
ahead.
then people would say.
The whole purpose of your recording is
okay,
to point out
just one
and
moment, just
just
one moment.
terrorize
Both,
the other board
both,
members.
both,
Yes, it is.
okay,
was to
all right,
protect
all right.
myself.
One at a time, one at a time. Okay, does anybody wish the floor? Okay,
I thought,
okay,
yeah.
she's called the question. Question is called. Is there a second to the call of the question?
Second.
Who made that
Okay.
motion to call the question?
Stacy, Ms. Caldwell. Okay. Where it's cloture, it requires a 2/3 vote, correct?
Yes.
All those in favor of calling the question, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. All those opposed? 1. The question is called. Move to the question. All those in favor of this policy 1314, am I correct? Okay. Say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Yeah, okay. Okay. 6-1. Okay, just give you the chance. Okay. So next policy is 2330. This is the requirement of submitting to the superintendent documentation to be presented to the board. Okay, it is a motion by the committee. Is there any discussion? Or does it require a second?
I have discussions.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I just had to refresh my memory as to what it said. So a couple things. One is, this is a very poorly written policy, and I'll just lay out my objections, my unemotional objections. First, define substantial. You know, for example, could Miss Bruno not have had her point of privilege? I mean, she held up newspaper clippings and she had a point of privilege. That was an ad hoc thing. Was that a substantial presentation? Or the notes that I had up there today to focus my discussion and things that I just did, this morning, thinking about it. Is that a substantive presentation that I would, or another board member would not be able to have, just to focus attention and focus their talking points? This doesn't have a timeline. It doesn't have a timeline. It has to be submitted 2 minutes before, 2 hours before, 72 hours before. Also, just in the last work set, the central office frequently passes stuff, not frequently, occasionally, passes stuff out without the board getting prior notice. It happened just last work session. The superintendent passed something out that everyone was kind of expected to read. So does this apply to the superintendent? Do we not? There's agenda items that sometimes the meat of them are not published until the night before a meeting. Does this policy not apply to the central office? This is a bad policy, and the only effect of this is to prevent free speech. And again, it's the tyranny of the majority. Okay, well, when, Chair Dahl is up here telling, board member, well, it won't be Levy, telling board member Benway that he can't give his presentation based upon policy this, is that going to be fine? Or what's good for the goose, not good for the gander? So this policy has all kinds of problems. There's no time limit. It doesn't define what substantive is. We've had instances just today of board members. I did it in good faith. I don't do that all the time. I do it occasionally. Pauline's the person that does it most of the time. Are we going to shut Pauline down? This is a bad policy, and this needs to be voted down. And by the way, Mr. Levy, I seem to recall when Libby Carter and Pam Thompson were chair, you used to do this all the time, but now that you're chair, all of a sudden it's like not good.
When did he do that? I can't recall that.
Like the first 2 years he was in office.
Yeah, I can't recall.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I don't recall.
Okay. At any rate, is there further discussion? Yes, ma'am.
I had a question. So to my understanding is anyone, any board member or any board member, it states, can do a presentation as long as it's presented to the superintendent. So it's not that the superintendent will deny it, but he wants to review it first, correct?
Correct.
Well, except
So
it also, and I'm sorry I left this out, it also empowers the chair to refer it to the committee. And he just joked around earlier today about, something got referred to committee and never saw the light. That was a joke that was told here tonight. Oh, that was referred to, we were talking about the Senate thing, the Senate bill being referred. And it's like, oh, that got referred to committee. That'll never see the light. This is,
Just for clarification, that was at the state level. that
Right,
wasn't
right,
for here.
right. And,
Just
but
wanna
see,
make
I'm,
sure.
I'm drawing the analogy that what you all were joking around about the Senate referring stuff to a committee to kill it is exactly the power you're giving the chair. And again, when it's Chair Dahl up here and Board Member Benway who wants to put something on the agenda and Chair Calcutt or Chair Johnson just says, oh, I'm going to refer that to committee, and then it just never comes out of committee. Again, this is tyranny of the majority. This is worse than the school board that we unseated. Libby Carter never thought about doing this to stifle discussion and debate. Pam Thompson certainly didn't do this. This takes Chair Levy with the support of you all to do this. And again, you guys were just joking around about the president of the North Carolina Senate getting rid of good ideas such as a school calendar law by referring it to committee so it never sees the light of
We
day.
weren't joking about that. That was a sad observation back there.
All right. Just, okay. Further discussion.
I do think.
Yes, yes, Mr.
Mr. Caldwell.
Ken, go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
All right.
I think there may be some merit to relook this in terms of tightening it up, in terms of time spans, et cetera. I think that would deserve a little bit more attention.
Well, is that all you had to say? I
Yes,
don't mean
it
to
is,
cut you off. That's actually what I was going to say, that we should add or possibly adopt it with an amendment to add, is it 72 hours that you give us before we have our meetings? When you give us our presentations by Friday? What's the?
3 days.
It's 3 days, so it's 72 hours. I would think at a minimum that we should give the same to you if you believe that would give you enough time to look over something. And if we need to discuss, if we should not vote on it this evening and let you get back to us as to what would be an appropriate time frame, because we don't know your schedule. Sometimes you're out of the office for a day or something running around. Do you feel like 72 hours would be appropriate for you to be able to see stuff and get it to your teams?
Honestly, I'm not sure it would be, but if the board is not prepared to vote on this tonight, I would recommend tabling it, taking it back to committee. We have a committee meeting in May. We could work this a little bit more with the committee and bring back a recommendation from that the committee is comfortable with that may tighten this up some if the board's not comfortable. I think the intent, from my perspective as superintendent, why I support it is I do appreciate the opportunity to be able to see presentations, information ahead of time that helps me be able to get feedback to the board member that perhaps there's something that's not, there's a misunderstanding, perhaps I can get you more information, or perhaps there's something that might be better served to be discussed at a curriculum committee or a budget committee or construction committee in order to have a little better overall understanding of it before it comes back to the board. So that's why I thought certainly I support this policy that came from committee, but it may be beneficial to work it some more at the community level.
Do you have any other suggested, besides a time frame?
I don't think, I mean, it's very disheartening to see, we just need to tighten this up and put a time frame on it. This whole thing should just be thrown out. This is like, again, it's the tyranny of the majority, and you're giving the chair power that the chair doesn't have. He's going to refer stuff. That's what happened to my SRO. Look, I can give you guys public safety consequences of this. This is what started this whole thing back in February, March. I added to the agenda SROs and trauma medical. And Levy didn't agree with it, so he took it off the agenda and he referred it to the committee, and it's never come out of committee. And public safety has suffered because I've been unable to make my case to the, more directly to the members of the Moore County public. Instead, all they hear is what the chair wants them to hear. I've been unable to do it. And that's exactly the power. First of all, the chair didn't have the power to do that. You guys let him do it. Now you're going to codify giving the chair the power to do exactly the things that we don't like Nancy Pelosi or Phil Berger doing. That's what you're doing. You're giving them the power. It says it right there. And you guys joked around about it earlier tonight when Phil Berger did it.
Okay, let me chime in at this point. First of all, this is a policy which is similar to that of Lee County. Lee County has one which says, I believe it's 5 days that needs to be submitted ahead of time. So that the superintendent, as well as all slides and the like, have to be submitted to the superintendent so that the superintendent can give his opinion. And by the way, we have a policy which says that it takes, that in order to bring something to the board's attention, you have to do it six working days ahead of time? I believe it is. So the whole idea is that when you bring this stuff to the board's attention, that you also submit to the superintendent your slides and your basic presentation so the superintendent can deal with it. Now, first of all, you said that my public safety thing never came out of committee. That's not true. First of all, you may bring anything, if something is referred to committee, it simply takes a vote to bring it back from committee, if that isn't the case, okay? And I don't have a proposal that's brought before this board in terms of public safety. As a matter of fact, I don't believe that you have, that Mr. Hensley has given us a proposal to vote on in which there is a motion and
That's because you referred it, that's because you took it off the agenda and referred it to committee.
And what we did with public safety is that within our budget, we actually gave advanced training. Didn't we do that with the SROs? Dr. Locklear?
Yes, sir. There is incentive stipend for advanced training for advanced law enforcement
Point
training.
of order, this
Okay,
is
so
off
no-
topic.
So, no, this is directly on topic. The bottom line here is anything you want to bring it in the form of a motion. Make a motion and then get a second, and then we will vote on it, okay? And if it goes to committee, then, and you are dissatisfied, you actually make a motion to bring it back from committee, okay? But I know of nothing that resides in any committee that is not brought to the full board. With respect to this particular thing here, an example of the need for this is I just saw some very, very extensive slides, and I would have liked to have looked at those things and had the superintendent look at them. The superintendent didn't have a chance to do that. If we had this thing in place, the superintendent would have been able to look at it. We would have had a substantive discussion in public about those slides, okay? And there was also what actually prompted this was a request for some time to talk about, Mr. Hensley had requested to talk about lies that the board had, that had gone on in the board. And such things need to be passed in front of the superintendent so the superintendent can advise us. He's got a contract. And the superintendent's contract says that he advises us on what goes on. And not only that, but these are things that also need to be done in the work session. With that, I think that's the intention of the board to tighten this up a little bit, probably add that 5-day or 6-day, or maybe even 3 days, I don't know.
Mr. Chair, it'd be
time.
appropriate for there to be a motion to refer this back to the policy committee
Yes.
if that's the desire.
So, and I could do that by myself, but I'm going to ask, is there a motion to refer it back to committee? Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. That is referred back to committee. I would go back to the policy committee. Okay.
Who voted against it? Okay.
Did Mr. Hensley vote against it?
Yeah, Philip, I voted against it. It was 5-2.
Oh, it's 5-2. Okay. I stand corrected.
Could I ask a question?
Yeah.
All right, you gave your reasons. Could I hear from you now why you just want that to go away?
Okay, that actually, we've already disclosed
have?
that it's been sent back to committee.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so we're not, we're not going to deal with that. Okay, so we have, do we need to take a break at all?
It would be nice.
Okay, yes. All right, so let's take a 10-minute break, and then we'll move on to item C. calling us, securing from recess, calling us back into session. The next item, I believe, is C, the approval of the 2025-2026 Moore County Schools calendar. Dr. Locklear.
Yes, sir. We've reviewed this in our March meetings. We're tabled to April, reviewed again at our work session. I think we will have, I believe Charlie has available to review if the board wants to, both calendars, but the board asked us to develop as a staff a traditional calendar that follows the North Carolina law and an early start calendar that would align with our community college calendar, would allow our high schoolers to take their exams for the holiday break, and would have us ending our school year approximately around Memorial Day weekend with graduations. I wanted to share with you, as I shared last week, we know that over 70% of our public referred the early start calendar, but it doesn't follow North Carolina law. And so my recommendation to you is that the school board consider a motion to adopt the traditional calendar, which follows the North Carolina calendar law, with the option of utilizing the early start calendar if the law changes prior to September 30th, 2024. And again, this is for the 25-26 school calendar. And Ms. Sinan, not to steal your thunder, but Ms. Sinan's available for any questions, as well as myself, for the board. But that is my recommendation.
Okay, do I have a motion to adopt the superintendent's recommendation?
So moved.
Okay, there's a motion to adopt the superintendent's recommendation. Is there a second? There is a second. Okay, discussion.
Wait, hold on. I just have a procedural question. So by making a motion well, let me back up a bit. The superintendent's recommended calendar is the conforming calendar, correct?
Yeah, it's the late start calendar. It's the one where you do not do your exams until January.
Okay, so if we're going to go down this road where the motion is to pass the conforming calendar, then I assume that means if that passes, we're not going to have a vote on the non-conforming calendar.
Well, that would be true if it passes.
Okay. Okay.
If it does not pass, then you would have a vote on the non-conforming calendar, and then if that doesn't pass, who knows?
Well, are we going to have a discussion at all about it?
We're having it right now, as a matter of fact.
Okay.
You can lead the discussion.
Go ahead.
Okay, I am very much against the traditional calendar. I don't understand why 19 other counties have changed their school dates, and Lee County is one of them, right next door to us. And I don't understand why we're going along with what Phil Berger wants in the Senate. I just don't get it. There's a lot of money involved in this. He's listening to the tourist industry. They're lobbying, and that's what this whole thing is about. It has nothing to do with how well our children will do. It has nothing to do with the families, and school still has to go the same number of days. So what is the difference if they get out earlier and go back to school earlier? There's no difference. The travel industry is just saying, oh, well, we want August. We want our families to come to the mountains and come to the beach in August. Why can't they go in May? This is really, this is a very bad law. Raleigh should not be determining how Moore County children go to school. And we have done the questionnaire online. The teachers are for it. The parents are for it. I don't know why we're listening to Raleigh. He is not going to take the money away from 19 counties. It's just not going to do it. That's all I have to say.
The survey results have spoken for themselves. I mean, the least we can do is listen to the teachers, listen to the parents.
Absolutely.
And, do what we all know is right. I'm sorry to say that I believe that the traditional calendar will pass, and it's very unfortunate to all those that took the time to voice their opinion to us, and that we're just, saying, yeah, we heard you, but sorry. And it's very, very discouraging.
Well, it didn't pass the first time we voted on it, and I'm the one who asked Dr. Locklear to put it back on the agenda. I don't know.
Further discussion.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you 100%, Pauline. I mean, I think we're probably on the same page. My my issue is breaking the law, and I just don't want to set that example for our children. And that's just my personal opinion on that. So
I understand
I
that.
respect yours, and I get yours. I really do, but that's just how I feel.
Further discussion. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Please.
We've all agonized over this whole thing a good bit. Initially, I was going to say, let's the heck with it. Let's flaunt the law and go for it. And I still feel that would make me feel really good to do. But this is the basis is a legislative effort that has to be made ultimately to change the law. If the people of Moore County and the other counties surrounding us or across the state think strongly enough that we need to change that schedule, then they'll rally together, make it a political issue, and get it changed. Moore County ought to be the lead in trying to get that done. We've got the tail is wagging the dog, there's no question. We have a small minority of well-heeled folks who are making a lot of money at the expense of whipsawing millions of North Carolinians and students across the state for no good purpose, for no benefit to them. So, as hard as it is, I'm going to vote to go with the superintendent's schedule.
Yes.
Thank
Okay,
you.
but,
further
excuse me, can I
discussion,
say
yes, sir.
something? But Ken, you're saying that the citizens should get together and bring this to the legislature? Well, the House of Representatives has passed this, but then it goes to Phil Berger in the Senate, and it sits there. And he does absolutely nothing, and he will never do anything because you're talking about tons of money here.
They don't feel the heat until the fire comes.
And that's very true.
And you've got to get those millions of voters to vote in unison on this.
Okay, but changing it, they'll feel the heat. If you have enough counties that change it, enough school districts that change it, what are they going to do?
So let's start here. Let's start here. Let's start. Ken, I'll take you. I agree. This is a legislative thing, and they need to feel the pressure. That's why a year ago, maybe 2 years ago, I called upon newspaper editors and everybody, because I've never met a single person that like every single person I've talked to, educator, administrator, parent, every single person wants the alternative calendar because it's better for many reasons, right? And 2 years ago, maybe a year, I lose track, I pled. I wanted our newspaper editors to join us. I wanted everybody, the left, the right, the center, to join us, and let's attack, by the way, the Republican president of the Senate. So let's do that, Ken. Let's censor him. The Moore County School Board passes a censor resolution, and let's censor Phil Berger for this nonsensical policy that he stands by that's to the detriment of the education and mental health of our children. Let's do what you said. Let's do up a draft censor resolution and let's pass it next meeting. And we'll start the revolution.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, let's do it.
Second.
I feel like a torch and a pitchfork.
Further discussion.
Yeah, I think that this is really, really important, and this is really something from my heart. And I agree with David. If we could start it, I think we need to go.
Okay, all right. I've got the vice chair hasn't spoken at this point. Go ahead.
Thank you. When we took our oath of office, we pledged to uphold the law. What Mr. Hensley has just presented, if we all vote lawfully tonight, we can do things the proper way and fight hard and be an example to our children of how to make a change the lawful way. And I do believe the example that we set to our children is the ultimate precedent. It's the ultimate, it's just the most important thing. So I'm going to have to vote against.
So, Mr. Chair, I've got a couple
Yes.
points. I kind of made my pitchfork and torch speech, but I've got a few thought out things and I've got a proposal. So, first of all, look, our job, yes, we took an oath to obey the law, but our fundamental and fiduciary responsibility is the education of our children and, you know, their growth and all that stuff. And it's proven. I mean, look, having all the stress of having final exams after Christmas break, you know, they don't go home, they don't drop their pack, they don't get 2 weeks off to enjoy with their family, you know, they're studying, they're worried. They need that time off. I mean, we all had it when we were growing up. This is 100% the current school calendar law. I mean, the lawsuit that was filed against Carteret County, they just laid it out. It's 100% political. Everybody knows that there's no educational value of it. In fact, if you talk to the experts, it lowers our students' test scores because there's learning loss over the holidays. And again, our financial responsibility, these associations are horrible. These associations, this tourism industry, that restaurant down there in Carteret County, I know exactly where it is, a sanitary. There should be hundreds of parents out there picketing that every day until they drop that lawsuit. That's this kind of activism we need. And it needs to be us standing up. And I'll remind this board, if memory serves me correctly, last year we were very polite about this. We sent a letter requesting that. Didn't we send a letter?
We did. I signed the letter and sent it. As a matter of fact, I sat down, as I've said
Right.
before.
I got it. We've heard
Senator
that.
Berger.
We've heard that. Let me continue. And that just went right, and that got wadded up and filed right in the circular waste basket. So now we need to take it to the next step. We owe it to our children. We owe it to our educators. We owe it to everyone who wants this. So what I would propose is, for all the reasons that everyone's thinking, we need to pass this with the caveat that if the law doesn't change by September, there's kind of an idea there that, we could go one way or the other, but then we need to pass a motion of censure worded, and not just a memo requesting it. This needs to be a headshot, right? That's heard around the world, and hopefully the media will join us, and hopefully the other school boards will join us. And we need to stand up, and we need to influence. When's the short session?
It's the end of this month, begins 20-something of April, I believe. Yes. April 24th.
We need to rally our fellow school board. I guarantee you there's lots of school boards who want to take this step, but they're afraid of, the tourism industry and some plaintiff that owns a little shack, selling hot dogs on the side of the road. Bless the hot dog shacks. But waiting to be a plaintiff, but they're scared of that. So the way to go is, let's just all rise up, and let's rise up against the one man in the state who is holding up the education of our children.
Anything further? Okay, let me comment. Everything that's said here is correct. It is a poor law, but I have to take a look at the board, and I have to take a look at the interests of the immediate interests of the children, and also we have to take a look at what we actually can do. First of all, it is against the law to pass anything but a non-conforming calendar. It is. It is a misdemeanor, which is a criminal law, to directly disobey the law. It's a violation of my oath as an attorney to disobey the law, or to advise disobeying the law, I should say. So we have to look and we also have to look and see what is going on in the real world. Is it Carteret County, which is where that lawsuit is? Okay. They have that county has been sued. that costs money in attorney's fees. Not only that, but the board members themselves could be liable, okay? And they're talking about the possibility of real damages. They believe that they're going to be losing a lot of money down there from the tourist industry. I think it's hogwash, quite frankly, but still, that is their position. So are we going to spend of our children's money, $10,000, $20,000, $30,000, maybe $100,000 defending a lawsuit, possibly be liable ourselves for disobeying the law, or are we going to be honest with the public and say to the public, we understand what you want, but we do not have the power to change this. We just don't. There are a lot of other districts that are trying to change it, and a couple have changed their calendars. And they've gotten lucky and they haven't been sued. But I can't play Russian roulette with money that should go to books and the like, okay? So what we've got to do is, I think, pass this. Hopefully, if someone wants to bring a motion next time we're here, I'll try to put some pressure on the Senate. That's fine. But we also have to do what is called modeling. And it is important in education that we model behavior for students. Should we go out and simply say we're going to break the law? What is a student going to say to us? Is a student going to say, well, you've got a rule over there, but I don't think that rule is right, so I'm going to disobey that rule? No, we have to model good citizenship. And part of what our goal is in our strategic plan is to make our students good citizens of the United States of America. And good citizens of the United States of America get together, organize, and try to change the law. And as difficult as it is, that's what we've got to do. And to tell the public that we're going to march and we're going to change it and the like, and knowing that we can't do it, knowing that we're playing with fire, we're playing with money that can go to books and can go to teachers and the like. No, I don't believe that that's what we should do. So, although I am in favor of the early calendar, I believe that the superintendent is correct, and I think that we should pass this calendar, and hopefully by September, the legislature will change the law, and we can change it back, and hopefully the people will bring some pressure onto to the legislature to change the law.
I have a couple comments.
Yes, sir.
Well, really, why did we even send that survey out and get the response from the public and say, we're not going to do it? You were going to vote for this.
Yes.
Up until that letter came from about Carteret County. You said you changed your mind then, and you got scared, and that's weak.
Well, it may be very weak, but when you believe it to be weak. But when I see a school district being sued, and I honestly hope lawyers make lots and lots of money. That's how I purchased my house and put my kids through school and the like. And hopefully I'll put some grandkids through school doing that.
Let's get back on topic,
But
Bob.
yeah, the bottom line is that lawsuit woke me up to understanding exactly the gravity of what we're doing. And I'm not willing at this point in time to risk the money which we need for books and teachers and the like, and risk damages and the like. Yes, I saw that lawsuit, and I just don't believe that that is the road that Moore County schools should go down.
It scared you, I
Okay.
understand. I call the
Okay.
question.
Okay.
Can I ask you a question? If that lawsuit is against that one county, will that involve all the other counties?
No.
No? It will only involve that county?
That lawsuit is only against Carteret County Board of Education and the individual members of the board in their official capacity.
So what does that have to do with Moore County?
Nothing. It was the business owners that sued the school board.
Well, what it tells us is that we have 100,000 people in Moore County, and any one of them can sue. And quite frankly, as a lawyer, it's like I believe that the lawsuit would be successful.
We're not a coastal community.
It wouldn't matter. If the law says what the law says, and you can, and I apologize for quoting Dickens, you can say, if the law says this, then the law is an ass. But once they sue you, and once you're spending $10,000, $20,000, $100,000 in attorney's fees, and we need money for teachers and books. I wanted $10,000 for Title I library books. Bottom line is that we're going to have to do it the hard way. The hard way is to change the law. It is the hard way. There's no question about it.
Well, let's call the question.
It's not going to happen.
The question has been called.
Well, I
Did
think
you want to quickly say something?
we still have some discussion left.
Well, he's called the question.
this is-
Technically, I should hold a vote, but go ahead real quick.
Well, just real quick, point of order. When someone calls the question, does that require a second?
It does.
Okay.
Yes, I was.
All right. Well, there wasn't a second, so anyway.
All right.
So, look, this is an ethical dilemma. You know, in 1860, you know, if a school board wasn't able to educate African Americans, would a school board have said, I'm not going to follow this just law? Or would they have just thrown up their hands and said, you know, no, this person has a right to education? I hope the school boards then would have defied the law. And, you know, that is our duty. Our duty is to ensure our fiduciary duty is to ensure the education of our children. And there's arguments against this law. There's constitutional arguments that, our North Carolina Constitution is very clear on education. And I think that, arguing in court a constitutional argument may actually, so to summarily say that, oh my gosh, we would lose in court, that's not true at all. I mean, there's all kinds of ways this could be challenged. I would like to explain again, this is an important moral and ethical dilemma. This is why I bring this up. I remember when House Bill 2 passed, and the then president of Sand Hills Community College was on the front page of the Pilot saying, I don't care what the state law says, I'm going to let people go to the bathroom of their choice. And I remember thinking, how dare the Board of Trustees at Sand Hills Community College let the president of Sand Hills Community College on the front page of a newspaper say that he's going to violate the law. And he did violate the law with zero consequences. Quite frankly, the governor should have sent down state troopers to haul his stuff out of his house, and they should have fired him that day. But that's the reason I bring that up. That's the difference between an elected board and a person who's an employee of the state. If a person's an employee of the state and there's a law they don't agree with, they have two options. They can follow the law or they can resign. Ignoring the law, if you're an employee of the state, is not, that president should have been fired the next day. But as an elected board, we have to make those tough decisions. We absolutely have to make the tough decisions, and our decision needs to be what's best for the education of our children. And this goofy law, which is known to cause educational and mental health problems, is solely based upon tourism lobbyists, you know, it is our duty to just say no and nullify the law and take our chances at court. And by the way, I mean, this board just risked that with some of the books that were voted to remove. That was some pretty, you know, that could have gone either way legally. And, you know, there were no objections from the chair about, oh my gosh, we might have to spend $100,000 to defend ourselves in court. So you can't argue both sides of it. I mean, you're either for standing on principles and risking spending the legal fees, or you're against it.
Well, let me say that one of the things that we have to do is we don't have a choice but to obey the law. We actually don't. You can, you know, put it to you this way. If this rose to the level of African American students not being educated, you know, that would be one thing. It does not. This is a law, and we are asking our students to obey our rules, laws, and regulations. And we're saying, no, we're not going to obey them. And yes, we're going to take $100,000 and we're not going to spend it on a teacher. We're going to spend it on lawyers. And the law is crystal clear. The law says that you can't open a school before a certain date, and you cannot close it after a certain date. I wish it were different. I believe the law is wrong, but if every person could decide for his or her own self what laws were right and what laws were wrong, we would have anarchy. Okay? We don't do that. We have to obey the law until the law is changed. And as tough as it is, and I know it's not popular, and certainly it's not popular, but we're going to have to stand, I hope we stand on principle. Let's move to a vote. Okay? All those in favor of the superintendent's recommendation, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3. Superintendent's recommendation passes. Okay, so the next thing is the application for board member training credit?
Yes,
Okay.
sir. This is the training credit application that we submit to North Carolina School Board Association to get approval from the board for the training you just received at the work session from Mr. Schwartz.
Okay.
Comes to my recommendation for approval.
Is there a motion for the superintendents to approve the superintendent's recommendation?
So moved.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair, if I may, there's going to be, I think you can approve this request for the credit, but the paperwork needs to be revised slightly to add a little more information.
So are you suggesting that we table it?
No, I think you can approve this with
With a concession of.
some additional information. This is the request coming from the board. It's going to have to be revised with regard to each individual board member. So I think you're okay to approve this.
So it's okay to approve it as is?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
And who made the motion? I'm sorry.
I did.
In the second?
Yes.
Thanks.
I have a
Yes, Mr. Hansel?
procedural question. I wasn't able to attend last week's work session, but I did watch most of it as it was happening, then I got called away. But so what about people who weren't physically here but watched it? Can we sign something saying, take a little quiz or something?
Take a quiz.
If you watched it, you can request credit for it.
Shoot, I emailed you asking you some questions about your training.
You did?
referring to it, so I know I watched it.
Yep. If you were there for the 1.25 hours, you can request credit for that.
Whatever,
Okay.
just let me know what I need to do.
Mr. Hensley, if you'll send an email to me and Ms. Parker, we'll put that as documentation on file.
Okay, all right. So with that, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, the next item is item F, donated project for Pinecrest High School. Ms. Purvis.
I think we're at.
No, excuse me, I'm sorry.
Out of state.
Out-of-state field trips.
Out-of-state.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I apologize, Ms. Purvis. It was on first page.
And I'll refer right to Ms. Metcalf to review the information on the 2 out-of-state field trips, which are identical field trips for 2 different student organizations. Ms. Metcalf.
Thank you. The student-to-student teams from Union Pines High School and Pinecrest High School are requesting to attend the Military Child Education Coalition Global Training Summit in Washington, D.C. from July 28th through August 1st. You may recall from past requests that the complete conference agenda, including session and speaker descriptions, are not available at the time of registration. However, all parents and students will be notified of changes as they occur, and parents will ultimately determine which sessions their child may attend.
For discussion. Yeah, I better get a motion. Is there a motion to approve the out-of-state field trips? So moved by Mr. Benway, second by Ms. Caldwell.
Yeah.
Okay, yes, now
Yeah,
it's discussion.
I asked for this to be removed off the agenda because, again, I watched the meeting, but I just didn't participate. I have concerns about this. Let me explain. So first of all, it's our fiduciary responsibility to ensure the safety and make sure that everything complies with the law. You know, Parental Bill of Rights and all these laws that have come down about this and that and what can be taught and what can't be. I would like to remind the board that 2 years ago, we had and this is nothing against military children. I will remind the entire audience who, for some reason, not everyone, but people, oh, Hensley's I have 2 military dependents. That seems to get left out when people want to bash Hensley for not liking military dependents. But anyway, we had a problem with this organization 2 or 3 years ago, and that 2 of their keynote speakers were LGBTQ activists. I'm not talking like someone who's an expert in a particular topic who happens to be LGBTQ. I'm talking they were LGBTQ activists, and they were the two of the major speakers at this event. That was 2 years ago, and that's why they put in this process into place. If you guys remember, put a process into place where parents had to sign off and acknowledge that they understood the agenda and they could opt their kids out and all this stuff. Okay, so then what happened the following year? This organization just didn't publish their agenda on their website. And then when I heard this come up again, and I heard in the meeting say, you know, as was just mentioned, well, they haven't published their agenda yet. We don't know who their speakers are or what the topics are. And I'm sitting there thinking, this happens in July, right?
Correct, July 28th through August 1st.
Yeah, and I'm thinking April, May, June, 3 months out. They don't even have their agenda and their speakers done. What exactly are they hiding? So I'm going to vote against this, and I'm going to vote against it for the following reasons. One is 2 years ago, 2 of their major speakers were LGBTQ activists. Secondly, ever since then, the organization, you can't even find out what last year's agenda was if you go to their website. So all of a sudden, they obviously had people had problems with it. So they started hiding their agenda. And we're going to vote, maybe, I guess, some of you all will vote to send children on a field trip where we don't know the agenda. It appears they're intentionally hiding the agenda. By the way, a big part of this is sponsored by DOD Educational Activity, and they're one of the most woke organizations. I mean, military families flee the on-base schooling to come here, I mean, ironically. So I'm voting against this because if they want our students to attend, they ought to have transparency, and they shouldn't be hiding their speakers, and they shouldn't be hiding their agenda, and we should not reward that.
Further discussion?
Well, I think what saves me is that parents have their right to opt their child out or make their child not go as well. So I think it ultimately ends up on the parents' hands, which I think it should be. because that should be a parent decision of what they want their child to see. So, I mean, that's kind of where my head is at. For us to say no or yes to make that decision, I think it should be in the hands of the parents. So that's where I am.
Further discussion?
A question. So the parents have to agree to every conference or whatever their kids attend?
Yeah, we've actually been doing this more than the 2 years, and in this case, what happens is they update them each time. The group gets together, decides which things they believe will help them in their organizational goals and their leadership skills, growing those things.
What group? I'm sorry.
The student-to-student group. And so it's an ongoing process from now on, and then the final agenda is produced before they actually go, and parents will determine, I don't want my child to go to this session, or I don't want my child to see this speaker.
Okay, so, but you don't have that agenda yet?
There are pieces of that agenda, but we do not have a full agenda yet. We usually get that about a month out.
Okay, thank you.
Will you be happy to send it to us?
Yes. Do you want to wait for the final agenda? Would that be easier?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Further discussion? Okay.
So if my understanding is, if my understanding is correct, it's 30 days prior, we will see the agenda. Is that
That's how it worked last year, is about
Okay.
30 days out, there was a final agenda. I can't guarantee that because I don't write the agenda, but if we don't approve it now, then the problem is transportation arrangements and other things like that become very difficult.
Thank you.
Yeah, anything further from people? Okay, I believe I'll leave it in the hands of the teachers and the parents and the like. You're gonna fully inform the parents of everything you know, am I correct?
Yeah, they actually keep them informed as it changes. So when they get updates to the agenda, they actually inform the parents and the students when they get the updates.
Okay.
One more question.
Yes.
I presume there's some adults who are leading this development of the agenda. Teachers?
You mean the agenda leading the development of the MSEC agenda or of the students' agenda? So they work with their advisor to develop that, where they're going to go, which ones they're going to see, and then that's approved by their parents.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Yeah, I have a question. If the parents are being updated, why can't we be updated?
You can, sure.
No problem. We can certainly share that agenda with you every time it's updated. Got no problem with that. Ms. Metcalf
Okay.
can certainly do that.
But you need to know, like now, because of transportation, is that what it's all about? Yeah.
Yes, sir. We need to plan the
Yeah,
field
yeah,
trip.
that's what I want.
Organization.
Further discussion?
Yeah, just one closing, just one last observation. My concern is I do not trust the organization. Of course, I trust the parents and faculty and staff, but it feels and it looks like they're hiding it intentionally, and I just don't think that should be rewarded. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. All right, further discussion? Okay, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor of approving the out-of-state field trip, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? And one nay. Okay, it's passes. Okay. Next, now let's go to the donated project for Pinecrest High School.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a donated project at Pinecrest High School, and I'll let Ms. Purvis walk through this and discuss it, but it does come with my recommendation for the board to approve. Ms. Purvis?
All right, so the Pinecrest Athletic Club, the PAC Club, along with the baseball committee, have worked to raise funds for a baseball locker room and dugout. If you read the accompanying pamphlet with this, the attachments, in 2020, they gave up their locker rooms for women's sports, so they currently do not have one. It will be built, the structure will be taken down that's currently there, and a new locker room built in its place. Legacy Home Construction has furnished the required insurance, license, and liability. The cost of the project is $152,357.01. For some follow-up information, Back the Pack Night has happened. We'll be donating some funds towards this project. I talked with Coach Hewitt. He does not know exactly how much Back the Pack will donate. They are asking this project to be approved by you tonight, not to hurry up and begin with this project because they will pay cash for this project, but because Coach Hewitt and the baseball committee would like to continue some fundraising, but they would like for folks to be able to know in the community that that fundraising is going specifically towards this project. So they don't want to fundraise saying that it's going to go towards this project until they know that the board endorses them utilizing those donated funds for this project. A large portion of that will be given by the Pinecrest Athletic Club, but there will be some of that that will need to be raised by the baseball committee. So Coach Hewitt and the baseball committee will continue to fundraise. Your endorsement of this project or voting to approve this donated project tonight would allow them to move forward with fundraising efforts, and once they reach that $152,357, at that point is when they would begin building, so that they could pay up front for that cost.
Do I have a motion to approve the superintendent's recommendation, which I assume is in the affirmative? Am I correct, Dr. Locklear?
Yes, sir, I do recommend that the board approves this donation.
Okay.
So moved.
Okay. Motion by the vice chair. Is there a second? Second by Ms. Bruno. Further discussion?
So I didn't have a question for you, Ms. Purvis, but I have
Yes,
a
sir.
question now. So the fact that this isn't fully funded, was that revealed during the work session? I don't recall hearing that it wasn't fully funded right now. I was under the impression that they had cash in hand.
When I spoke with Coach Hewitt today to follow up on the questions that you submitted, he said that he expects it to be fully funded. He does not have the exact amount from PAC, but
Yeah.
he does not have that cash in hand at the moment, but he does not, we won't move on that. That won't
Yeah.
move forward until cash is in hand.
Yeah, I'll tell you my concern. I'll be more than upfront about this. There was another Pinecrest donation. I won't go into details, but since I've been on the board, there was another Pinecrest donation that I objected to, and the reason, and then once I objected to it and the cat was out of the bag, then all of a sudden they came up with the cash. But the cat that got out of the bag was, the plan was to fund this other thing, this other Pinecrest donation was, yeah, they had some cash to pay for part of it, but what they were going to do is they were going to tax every club in Pinecrest to pay for this donation. So like if you were on the chess club, I just made that up, I assume there's not a chess club, then you were taxed $10 or whatever it was. They were going to skim a percentage off of all the funds that every recreational extracurricular program in Pinecrest had. And that's how they were going to fund it. So I'm all for this. You know, I appreciate Mr. Green stepping up. I assume he's doing that at cost. It's a great looking
Yes, sir.
facility. But I want to make sure that people who are on the chess club or the debate club or the women's basketball team are not going to get taxed to pay for this for the baseball team.
In speaking with Coach Hewitt, the majority of this will come from Back the Pack. It'll come from the Pack Club. Anything that does not, the baseball committee and baseball team will be fundraising specifically for that. So they will have fundraisers, their team will have fundraisers that would contribute towards this. So it would be coming specifically from the baseball committee and Back the Pack.
I assume your office is going to oversee this, right?
Correct. This will go through our office, so any permitting that, the permits would have to be done beforehand. So we would continue to see this through and see this process through.
Yeah, that's my sole objection.
Yes,
is
sir.
because, it was attempted, or I believe it was attempted at least once in the past. I want to make sure that that's not what's happening here.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Understood.
All right. So if there's no further discussion, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor of the superintendent's recommendation, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. The bid results an award for Northmore High School courtyard drainage.
Ms. Purvis, I'll let you review this again. This does come with my recommendation to approve, and this is a project that's been in the hopper, so to speak, since the addition at Northmore High School, but I'll let Ms. Purvis review.
Yes, sir. So when the addition was added in 2019 to Northmore High School, The courtyard drainage was a piece of that project that should have happened then. LKC was contracted in 2021 to draw up plans. They wanted to make sure the building was finished, everything was there before drainage could be done, and make sure that was there. We still have money set aside in that county fund where Northmore was, the building addition was funded. So informal bids were accepted on April 2nd. That work would include grading, installing 3-foot drains to either side of the courtyard sidewalk, demolition of the old well house, capping of that, and then sidewalk repairs. And again, this is work from the original plan that we're just carrying out. Staff received the following bids. The Ascot Corporation, $197,934.40, and Southern Quality Farms, $332,211. The apparent low and responsive bidder is the Ascot Corporation, and it's recommended that we award them the work in the amount of $197,934.40. This work will be completed this summer and funded with county funds that were and are still allotted to Northmore High School.
Is there discussion? Yes.
First of all, I'm glad to see.
Yes. Do I have a motion to adopt? I assume it comes with your recommendation, right, Dr. Locklear?
Yes, sir. Comes with my recommendation.
Is there a motion to adopt the superintendent's recommendation? Okay. Is there a second? Second by Ms. Bruno. Now, go ahead, Mr. Hensley.
So first of all, I'm glad to see local contractors bidding on stuff and being competitive. That's awesome. So one of the questions when I took this off of the consent agenda that I sent, one of the questions I sent was, where has this been presented as a priority in the past to the board?
I'm assuming, sir, that this, I've not presented it since I've been here because it was withstanding since 2019. It was in the hopper when I took over this position. LKC had it as an engineering project. So it's just been an outstanding project since 2019 and since I got here. They just finished those plans, the engineering plans, and we were able to move to bid with it. It's just something that's kind of been in the hopper and never really saw through.
So it's never been identified by this board or the previous board as a funding priority?
Well, the previous board identified it within the scope of work of that new building. So the addition was added with 13 classrooms, the weight room, the auxiliary gym, and within that scope of work was the courtyard drainage as well.
So this was something left undone, but perhaps
Correct.
not disclosed, or at least I don't recall it being
Correct.
disclosed. Okay, so what damage is being caused if we put this off? Is it eroding the foundation of the building? Is it flooding classrooms? Is there?
The problem is that within that courtyard, there's constant erosion. You have red mud that is going down both sides of that courtyard and into the sidewalk. That is constantly there. Students are tracking it in. It's impossible to keep that off of the gym floors and off of the new floors in the building.
Have any of you all been there to see this?
Yeah, I'm sure you have.
Okay, well, we know that, but that's the pottery industry. But has anyone here seen this firsthand? Any board member?
I have.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
He's a member of the board.
You are a member of the board.
I will say that this has been an ongoing problem there, one that we requested and have requested even prior to that building that this be fixed, because it presents huge challenges in terms of maintenance of the building and keeping those gym floors and the school floors clean and well kept. It requires a lot more upkeep in that gymnasium just because of the amount of clay that's carried in daily.
And by the way, just to point out, you're talking to the principal of Northmore High School between 2019 and 23 or whatever. So she knows about it.
Yeah. 2012, yeah.
Okay. So anything further? Okay. If not, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor of the project and the superintendent's recommendation, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. The resurfacing of the high school tennis courts. Ms. Purvis.
Go ahead, Ms. Purvis, go ahead and review this, if you would, with the board. And this does come with my recommendation for the board's approval.
All right. right, tennis courts at Northmore, Union Pines, and Pinecrest are in need of repair and resurfacing. 3 courts at each of the schools will be resurfaced, colored, and lined. The remaining courts will be repaired and relined. We received the following bids: TNT Asphalt Solutions at $200,000, North State Resurfacing at $236,842. Staff recommends award of that contract to TNT Asphalt Solutions in the amount of $200,000. This company has performed many jobs for Moore County schools in the past, and we've been pleased with their work. The project will be paid for with a combination of state capital and infrastructure grant funds, which is the SCIF fund, in the amount of $128,414, as well as capital funds in the amount of $71,586. I will share with you that on October 31st, I presented to the construction committee the request to put in an application to the state to transfer this SCIF grant, which was originally awarded for athletic field lighting, to the tennis courts resurfacing project. The reason we did that, several years back, High School Athletic Association had put some parameters around lighting and kind of backed off of that in recent years, and that is no longer a requirement. When we had that, an engineer take a look at the lighting, that was going to be close to $1 million. So this $128,000 that was allotted in the SCIF grant was not going to touch the lighting. Lighting was evaluated. It is sufficient for safe play, and we do not need that at this time to host championship games, which we thought at the time we would have to. So we put in a request with the approval of the construction committee to transfer that over to tennis courts. DPI did approve that, allowed us to use that SCIF grant, the $128,000, towards tennis courts. So then when we had our joint meeting of board members and Board of Commissioners on February 9th, I presented in our capital funding sources that we do have ongoing and unexpected replacements, repairs, and maintenance. So this would be an example of that which was listed in those bulleted items, the repair of high school tennis courts. Right now, we have about 20 students on boys and girls teams at Pinecrest. Northmore has 17 girls and 12 boys that play. Union Pines has 12 girls and 10 boys. Not only do we have these athletic teams, the tennis teams, boys and girls that play on here, but we also have PE classes that are on those tennis courts every day, as well as some sports teams who use them for speed and agility. In addition to that, we have lots of community members that come out and utilize those courts. So at this time, those courts are in need of repair just for safe play and competition.
Further discussion? Okay, hearing none?
I have some.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you, I was
First,
waiting.
we need a motion.
You need a motion.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. It's, there's a superintendent's recommendation has been moved and seconded. Yes, go ahead, Ms. Johnson.
Okay, so going back to my standard question, when
Yes,
was
sir.
this previously identified as a priority to the board?
It was identified in, first of all, in October 31st in the construction committee, and then when we had our joint meeting of the Board of Education and the Board of Commissioners, slide 13 pointed out that we do have this lined up as one of the items that would come out of capital funding. That went along with repair of gym floors, repair of high school tennis courts, HVAC updates, roof maintenance, expansion of parking for Robbins Elementary, and new bus entrance for Pinecrest High School. Slide 13.
Okay, so the board never voted on this as a previous priority. It was thrown in a slide.
Well, this was gonna, when you think about priorities, this is something that would be considered from the maintenance point of view, routine maintenance.
Right.
Because when we're looking at facilities from a maintenance point of view, we're always looking at ensuring we have safe facilities. At this point, we have lots of cracks on those surfaces, and they've become unsafe. So this isn't, truthfully, it's not something we put in the master priority list. It is one of those things that would be considered a maintenance needed for safety.
Okay, so here's the real takeaway, and here's where we're missing the boat. We should not spend academic money or money that could be spent on other things for athletic facilities. I mentioned this, speaking of the county commissioners joint meeting, I mentioned this in the county commissioners joint meeting, is several years ago, there was an attempt to double the occupancy tax in Moore County, and I verbally assisted in shooting that down, because really all they wanted was a slush fund that they could dish out to different people. The tourism had more money they knew what to do with. They didn't need to spend it on advertising. We have record tourism. So what they wanted is they wanted to double it from whatever it is to 4% to 8%. So they would have a slush fund that they could dole out. And I wasn't going to trust no one should trust an unelected body to dole out slush fund that comes from tourists, right? But here's where we as a board are missing the boat. And this is something that that I've talked with McGinnis about, and we need to do. What we need to do, this board needs to, first of all, we've got a $100 million high school to build, 200 million, you choose a number. And a huge portion of that is the athletic fields. One of the things that makes a high school extraordinarily expensive to build is you got to build a football stadium, you got to have a basketball gym, you got to have all that recreational stuff. So we've got, $400 million worth of capital spending, but we're going to just kind of willy-nilly, let's spend 200K here, let's do this. How about we save unencumbered money to build a new school or playgrounds or something, and then let's get a local bill passed by the state Senate that doubles our occupancy tax, but, and this is the but on the local bill, that increase in the occupancy tax has to go right of first refusal to Moore County schools for recreational projects that can be used for tourism. We do that and we'll have $3 to $4 million a year that we can spend for lighting. We could build a swim facility. We could do all kinds of stuff. So what we need to do is stop willy-nilly. Don't play whack-a-mole. We need 200,000 here for this. We need $1 million for a track at Pinecrest. You guys remember that? $1 million of ESSER funds. I'm not saying it's not important, but the main thing is we could have taken that $1 million and spent it on something else, and then we could have had tourism tax money pay for that track because we can have tournaments there. So I recommend that we vote this down, and instead we put our time, effort, and energy into building a true sports program that's underwritten and financed by doubling the occupancy tax. And I think you're going to find, I don't know the exact number, but I think you'll find we have several $1 million a year to do to use that money. It's funded by people out of town. The pilot will love it because the pilot was all for doubling the occupancy tax. They may not like it if it's earmarked for Moore County schools, but that's what we should do. We need to stop this piecemealing, put together a program with the end state of using this money to build our recreational or our athletic facilities at our new schools, maybe put a swim complex somewhere in Moore County, because none of our schools have swim teams because we don't have swimming pools. So we vote this down. Instead, we redirect our energies to, fully funding and properly funding our recreational programs.
If I can say something.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
I was just gonna say, we do have a swim team, but they go to
sorry.
O'Neill, so that.
Right, they don't have,
but
right. We need a swim complex.
Right.
And it will all lead, if we have world-class sporting, my girls were on travel teams, and oh my God, we got volleyball tournaments, we got football travel teams. We can raise it's economic activity, and it helps the county, and it helps Moore County schools.
Yeah, and I would say it's a great idea, and I think it would take some time to get pushed and done. But my concern of voting against this would be that it's a safety concern for our students. And I've been on this board for quite some time, and sometimes when we kick the can gets worse and worse and worse. And then we're putting more money into something that we really did not want to do. So my suggestion would be to pass this, do exactly what David is saying. I think it's a great idea, but I would still suggest to pass it.
I will share, just as a tidbit of information, as you notice in this executive summary, there are 3 courts at each school that will be resurfaced. Those are the courts that are in most disrepair and we're going to have a hard time playing on just because of the bad shape of them. The other courts are going to be repaired and relined. So what we're doing at this point is resurfacing those that are unsafe for play to ensure that we can continue play. Those that have minor cracks, we are repairing to ensure that they don't get to the major point. What we want to prevent is our students being unable to host games at their own school. We don't want to have a tennis team that cannot play on their own campus. So I did just want to make you aware that we are not resurfacing all of these courts. We're resurfacing 3 courts at each school, which will be competition level courts, and we are repairing the other courts at the school so that they will be safe for practice.
Go ahead.
Stacy said exactly what I was gonna say, is that that's a great idea, Mr. Hensley, and we should proceed with that. But in the meantime, we can, the time it will take to do what you wanna do it's too much, and we need to go ahead and proceed with this project right now. But to put that in place is a great idea.
Okay. Further? Okay.
I just have a couple comments. One is, I just illustrated that we're going to get $20 million less this year, and we have voted to spend money on every single thing that's put forth for us today. And we've got $500 million, $400 million worth of school construction. And, this is what we complain about them doing in Raleigh. This is what we complain about them doing in DC, is we got a $20 million cut, but yet we're going to spend $200,000 resurfacing tennis courts, and we're going to spend whatever, $300,000, $200,000 fixing the courtyard in Northmore. All worthy projects, but okay, $20 million less than we had last year. It's just not very fiscally responsible.
Sir, I will share one note I should have also made is that SCIF grant is specifically for athletics.
Yeah.
We can't transfer that $128,000 over to any other project unless it's within the athletic stadiums. And so when I checked with the state, we were able to utilize that grant as long as I transferred that grant and utilized it within the original athletic stadiums that it was allotted for. And that $128,000 was allotted for the 3 high school athletic stadiums. So I had to use that. If we're going to not send it back, had to be used there.
Understand that
Yes, sir.
that 128,000 of the 200,000
Yes, sir.
is sports field specific. But so no one is going to come running up here the rest of this academic year or in the next 9 months and say we need something athletic related.
All right. Further? Okay. Let me throw my 2 cents in. We're talking about $70,000 here. Because the
$71,586 will come from capital, yes, sir.
Right. So we're talking about We're talking about expenditure of $71,000. The $120,000 is captive money. It's got to be it's got to be used on these courts. The courts are essentially unsafe. Great idea to go to the county commissioners, get a couple of $1 million here or whatever they are. I wish you well on the project, but kids want to play tennis, and hopefully we can get the stuff resurfaced. And the beginning of this coming year, the kids will have a good surface and a safe surface. That's the key, a safe surface to play tennis on. So I love the idea of a swim stadium, and I love the idea of getting millions of dollars for athletic facilities, but I think we've got to do our maintenance on our existing facilities, and hopefully we can get some more money for big things as well, and hopefully we can even build a high school and Carthage Elementary School, rebuilding Carthage Elementary School, which is very important. But so if there's nothing further, let's go ahead and vote. All those in favor of the superintendent's recommendation, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? And 1 nay. Okay, it is passes. Okay, now, I believe that has all of our action matters. So I'm going to go ahead and move to both the superintendent's report and an announcement with regard to a legal settlement. Let me go to Mr. Schwartz for that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have been working with the Administrative Office of the Courts to deal with a problem that came up in the bail bond matters with the Clerk of Court's office, and have reached a settlement that was approved for by both parties tonight. And the settlement involves some errors that were made in the clerk's office. And as noted in the settlement agreement, this was largely due to staffing circumstances, including staff taking protected leave, resulting in the clerk of court not sending out all bond forfeiture notices as required by law. As a result of that, there were a number of bond forfeitures that would otherwise have been forfeited and were set aside because of the failure of the clerk's office to provide appropriate notice as required by law. The administrative office of the courts basically ensures the clerk's offices throughout the state. So they entered into a process whereby they reviewed every one of the potential cases that came up and tried to determine whether or not there were any other grounds upon which the surety could have requested a set-aside and would have been entitled under the law for a set-aside. And in most of the cases, they would have been entitled to a set-aside for other grounds besides the failure to receive notice. And so we've ended up with a settlement agreement based on the fact that there were some cases that there would have been no other grounds to set aside the bail bond, and the total amount of money involved in that in the settlement is $35,000, $30,500 of which is for 8 cases identified where there were no other grounds to set aside a bond forfeiture, and $4,500 of which is for attorney fees. So we have just approved that settlement, and this is the announcement of that settlement.
Okay, thank you. Superintendent's report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, board members, for your work and engagement this evening and work on behalf of our students and staff. I wanted to first just take a moment to have a few comments this evening. I wanted to first thank the staff, the parents, the students for their handling of our power and water outage last Thursday and Friday at Sandhills Farm Life Elementary, and our need to dismiss school early and operate on a 2-hour delay on Friday. Just a great job for the entire team there at Sandhills Farm Life. From time to time, these types of unforeseen events happen, and I'm grateful for the flexibility and professionalism of the entire Sandhills Farm Life team, our operations team here at the central office, our transportation team, child nutrition team, maintenance team, and of course for the patience, grace, and support from the parents. Very supportive of those needs to change the schedules, and we really appreciate that. Also wanted to note, last week on April 10th, I had the opportunity to attend really one of my favorite events of the year, the PK Music Festival that's sponsored by the Kiwanis Club of the Sandhills. This yearly event celebrates our talented senior student musicians and vocalists and offers the opportunities for scholarships to our students. Just a tremendous display of talent from our students, but not just our students, also our teachers. We had our strings teachers from the high schools almost impromptu get up and perform while judges were deciding who was going to be the scholarship winners. Just incredible how much talent our teachers have and passion for the arts. It's amazing. So it was great that each of our high schools had someone finish in the top 3. So each of our high schools, Northmore, Pinecrest, Union Pines, represented. And just wanted to thank the Kiwanis Club of the Sandhills for sponsoring this event each year. Couple reminders on some upcoming dates. This Thursday, we'll have a meet and greet at Bass Lakeview Elementary. So just want to remind the board about that and our public about that opportunity to have a meet and greet with the board on Thursday, April 18th. I believe that begins at 6 p.m. Charlie? 6:30. My apologies. 6:30. I have forgotten to write down the time. 6:30 p.m. at Bass Lakeview Elementary. Then also wanted to just remind the board about we will be having a Carthage Elementary School capital needs discussion on April 24th at Carthage Elementary School. The opportunity for a tour at 3:30, and then we'll be engaging with key stakeholders who've been invited, members of school improvement team, staff, members from Carthage that have been invited to that, as well as this time our board construction committee members will be there as well. Of course, any board member is welcome to attend. So again, that's going to take place on April 24th to get some key stakeholder input. And finally, I want to end my comments with a huge shout out and congratulations to 2 Battle the Books teams. High Falls Elementary School won the elementary Battle the Books competition last week, the regional Battle the Books competition last week. Huge congratulations goes out to those students and teachers, and they'll move on to the state competition. No, it's just regional. Okay, didn't realize that. Charlie's giving me the nod. No, it's not state, it's just regional. And I also want to congratulate our students from Cranes Creek Middle School Battle the Books team who finished 2nd place. They were the runners-up in the regional competition. So again, I want to congratulate those students and those teachers. So that concludes my comments, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Board comments, Ms. Colwell. Mr. Benway.
Sure. Last week, myself and Ms. Bruno visited West Pine Elementary School. We met with Dr. Turk. She gave us the cook's tour. We spent a good bit of time with the EC team there. And they're really a impressive bunch. They're shorthanded, of course. I think it may be time for our legislators to look at the EC situation across North Carolina, in particular here in Moore County, and see if we can't get some kind of a concept of operations to fix the EC situation as we're experiencing it. We continue to have shortages. It costs a ton of money to get a contractor to fill those slots in the EC arena. So I think it'd be worth programming that sort of thing and getting it on the road. The next day, I got to meet with Mr. Brandon Reynolds, who runs the Occupational Course of Studies program there at Union Pines, and got to go out with 4 of his young charges to work at Wood Lake under the direction of Mr. Dinkins out there, who's the superintendent. And very impressive program they've got there. These young fellows have come a long way. And then I went up to visit with the other cohort, a gal and a couple of guys over there at Old Steel Automotive in downtown Vass. And they were essentially assisting with accounting up at the front desk, as well as assisting mechanics out back in the bays. And we've really got to hand it to these host organizations for really getting with the program. They really have their heads in the game in this thing, and they understand what kind of help we're giving these kids. So I really applaud the OCS program. Lastly, I want to just briefly comment and not go into any detail on the comments by the public, the speakers this evening. And I'm going to talk about isms. From about 1936 to 1945, my dad engaged in training for and then ultimately destroying Nazism. 20 years later, I decided to go ahead and sign up to defeat another ism, the more popular communism of that time frame. In fact, engaging for a year in mortal combat with the Sons of Guns. And over time, we've had other isms emerge. Of course, communism, jihadism, neo-Marxism, globalism. And what all of those share is a desire and the purpose of destroying the constitutional republic of the United States, as well as the state of Israel. And I can guarantee you I will expend every ounce of energy I have left to defeat all of those isms, whether anybody likes it or not. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Holmes, I guess, had to leave us. So let me go to Mr. Hensley.
Hopefully that doesn't include conservatism.
Not that one.
Okay, I just want to make sure we have like an exception to the ism rule, but, okay, I just have a couple comments on the conduct of the meeting. I had nothing prepared coming in here. You know, as I mentioned, today, what everyone witnessed was the tyranny of the majority. You know, America is based, and Robert's rules is based upon the, you know, preserving the ability of the minority to engage in discussion and debate. And this board who supposedly is for openness and transparency, tried to pass 2 policies strictly to shut down debate and discussion of the minority. Luckily, one of them got referred to a committee so it could be refined. We'll see what that looks like. But if you wondered what tyranny of the majorityism looks like, you just saw what tyranny of the majorityism looks like, which is another ism we need to stomp out. One thing that happened in the meeting tonight is that the chair unilaterally shut down discussion of going through and looking at policies. We've done that. Since I've been on this board, it's been every board member's right to go through the first reading or the second reading of the policies and let's look at the changes, the discuss, you can gauge the reaction of the public. Maybe I had a discussion with someone earlier today. Maybe I had demands on my schedule. I didn't really have time to reflect upon it till this week. It doesn't really matter, but the fact is it should have been my right and everyone else's right to go through and go, okay, oh, what's this mean? What's this mean? And I will point out that at least twice since Mr. Benway and Ms. Davis and Ms. Bruno have been on this board, at least twice in business meetings, we have gone through there and I have found significant problems with proposed policies, and we changed them at our business meeting and took policies that perhaps may have got us sued or were nonsensical, and we fixed it in the business meeting, but for some reason that's unacceptable this evening. Again, that's tyranny of the majority. Fiscal responsibility. I do want to talk a bit about fiscal responsibility. Look, I've been very consistent on this. There's not a single person in Moore County, anywhere on the political spectrum, who does not want properly funded public schools. But what you don't do is you don't vote for every single spending idea that comes in front of you. You don't unquestionably vote on the budget. There were some questions I asked on the budget that I look around at board members. I'm not, yeah, that's a good question. Why do we spend $90,000 on the Board of Education? Well, if you want an IEP coordinator, there's your $90,000, and our little $360 stipend's about $30,000. That's $60,000. There's you're almost to your IEP coordinator. You would do that with your household budget, but for some reason, when people who are used to managing household budgets get on a board and there's $160 million to play with, all of a sudden, $200,000 here, $90,000 here. Again, that's your IEP coordinator, and if you save $200,000, you're 1% the way to a new Carthage Elementary. So, we need to start being fiscally conservative. We need to start respecting the rights of individuals. We need to start being transparent, and we need to stop being what we ran to replace. Because I'm here to tell you, this board has become actually worse than the board that we replaced. Because as I pointed out, Libby Carter and Pam Thompson would have never considered doing what you guys tried to do today. It's unsatisfactory, it's not what the people voted for, and it's not what the people deserve. Thank you.
Ms. Bruno.
I don't know how to follow that. Okay, first of all, kudos to you, Mr. Benway, for standing up. I thought that was terrific. The other thing is I want to thank Dr. Locklear and I want to thank Tina. I know the work that you do is absolutely unbelievable. It's a lot of work and you are very much appreciated. So thank you. I also want to thank David for, I thought your charts were beautiful and they're simple so that I could understand it. So I thought you did a very, very good job with that. It was very, very helpful. I know it was very helpful to me. Mr. Benway and I also well, he already said that we visited West Pine Elementary with the principal, Candace Turk, and we spent a lot of time with Taylor Murphy, who's our autism specialist. Oh, we really had a great morning, and we really learned a lot, don't you think? Yeah, that was wonderful. So I want to thank both ladies for their time and for their expertise and for a great visit. And tomorrow I'm going to Gettysburg with the ROTC cadets from Pinecrest. I'm so excited. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, Ms. Davis.
Individual respect and respecting our staff that has been here since early this morning and is still hanging on at 9:30 at a business meeting, discussing things that should have been gone over during the work session, because that is what it is designed for. We are to work during the work session and for the week between the work session and the business meeting. I believe that it is harmful to the board to communicate, and to the Moore County schools, and the professionalism and the kindness that we should show each other during these meetings. To insinuate that we're trying to hide anything, that we're not doing a good job. We're doing a very good job, and part of what we were trying to do is be respectful of the time of the staff that's here at 9:30 at night. I could care less if I'm here, I'm fine. But you guys have put in long days, and I appreciate what you've done, and hopefully we'll be able to run our boards more effectively and efficiently with the 2 policies that we are trying to implement. And thank you for everything you do.
Well, I would like to counter what Mr. Hensley said, but he decided to get up and leave. I don't know. Well, I'm not going to keep you all here while he's doing that. The bottom line is that our budget is a very intricate process. It starts with what are called 2x2s, okay? In order to analyze the budget, you start with the 2x2s because you meet with the superintendent. And some of the things that Mr. Hensley went over today, okay, that's what we talk about in the 2x2s, okay? And we get into these intricate things, and then we go to the work session. And we talk about them in the work session, okay? 2 minutes or a few minutes before we are passing a budget is not the time to go through a line-by-line criticism of the budget. It's just not the time to do it. We spend a long time and several months on that budget. Not only that, I understand that everyone has work to do, and we have lives outside of the school board, although sometimes I wonder for myself sometimes. But when we're not here, we call in and participate in the work sessions. That's important, okay? And there's one other thing, is that I would never seek to impugn anyone here personally. I believe that each and every member of this board is trying his damnedest, and that includes each and every member of this board, without exception, okay? No one here is doing anything so-called shady, okay? Everyone spends his time for $300 a month. We spend that in gas, okay? You know, to do our best for our kids. We just had a very, very important discussion on ethics, on should we defy a law, or should we or should we obey the law? And that's not an easy thing to decide. Thoreau had a couple of essays on that very, very subject. Dr. King had made a life looking at that. Mahatma Gandhi looked at that and spent some time trying to teach us about that. I don't know the answer, but I do know that everyone here is trying to do his best. And I'm still impressed with Fernando Martinez Guzman, because every time I get low, at least the last couple of weeks, I see this, no pasa nada. Okay, no worry, okay? The kids will do well, the school system will do well, we will do well, so long as we learn to respect each other. And I think we can do that. This is what democracy looks like, and I hope people will respect us for our disagreements, because I think each and every one of us should respect each other. I thank you very much for your time and your energy, and for the staff tonight. It's very late. Is there a motion to adjourn? Okay, there's a motion to adjourn. Is there a second? Okay, all those in favor, aye. Aye? Aye. Okay. We're adjourned.